Let me just say, the Pearl and Anna Kasparian debate was... Okay, I know you guys think that I'm, like, gonna be dramatizing this and, like, oh, like, it can't be that bad. No, I thought the same thing. I thought, like... Because, I heard about the debate before the clip started going viral on Twitter, and I was like, oh, it's probably bad, but it's probably not, like, maybe it's not even, like, worth covering, you know? And then I sat down and watched it today, and I couldn't, guys, I sat here and pre-watched it so that I could clip it for you to make sure, like, I'm not wasting time with the debate, because it's like, I think it's something like an hour total if you don't count the breaks in between. It's like an hour and change. And oh my god, like, it's like every other minute something happens. So I watched the whole thing and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm not gonna be able to clip it. I'm just gonna have to, like, either, like, watch the one clip or watch it on stream, because it was just so brutal. Like, I am not joking when I say this is the most embarrassing debate that I have ever seen, that I have ever witnessed in my years of being on the internet. It has to be number one, number two at the lowest. Like, can you guys even think of one? Like, think of the worst debate you've ever seen. I promise you this competes with it. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys the clip that went viral, and as per usual, you guys can
things up.
And pause that. You guys can donate your message at BrittanyVenti.com. It's pinned in the chat and it's also in the description. Yeah, it is. I underestimated how crazy this was. I've never seen such a defeat in my life. Okay, I'm gonna bring this to the other screen so you guys can see it. And pause the music. You felt bad for Pearl? She doesn't feel bad for you. Unless, trust me, if you're my viewer, she doesn't feel bad for you. She does not. She never will. Hey, Grandpaltzkin, thank you for being a subscriber for 45 months. Okay. So this clip was posted by Grace Thorpe, and this was in response to Pearl posting 3-minute favorable clips of herself on YouTube, in which she continued to do. Pearl continued to do this afterwards as well, before this clip went viral and after, and it's really pathetic. But let me show the clip. So this is in response, so that's why she's posting this clip.
Are you just making things up?
No.
She's literally nodding. Are you making things up? Yeah, you are. Because that's what she's always done. That's what was in my first video on her too. It's like, she can do nothing but just stand there with her tail between her legs.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Ooh. Anna Kasparian, she's being brutal she's being nicer than she has to be, but she's also being brutal, and that kind of makes it even more brutal. Look at Pearl's face, staring into space.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
She's not even doing anything. Like, you guys would think that I'm pausing it. I'm not. She needs a cry break.
What?
You got this, Pearl.
What the fuck?
It was that long. And I know you guys are like, oh, is there a reason that they're like not saying anything? Is it because of the host? Is it because of the... No, this is actually how the entire debate went. No joke. This clip is actually a very accurate representation of the entire debate. Just her standing there, shook. Head down like a coward. You know, she does all this talking online, and then she gets on stage and she freezes. She's so right. She has to tell women, wag her finger at women and tell them what men actually want. But then she can't bring that energy to the stage. Also, let me just get into the fashion for a second. Like, look at her. I gotta play this one more time. It's just so brutal.
Making things up?
Are you making things up? Pearl nervous laughs. Nods.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Just silence for days. The longest silence you've ever heard.
How many...
So I just want to say, I am so happy to know I sleep well. I rest well knowing that Anna Kasparian used my video to prep for this felting that Pearl received. I love how it just aged beautifully. And Pearl still does the same shit that she did since my first video. Can you believe that? That's how predictable she is. Look. Anna Kasparian. She said, watched your videos on her as part of my prep, but turns out I didn't even need to. All she needed to know from my video is that Pearl likes to lie and make things up, and she never has any good sources when you press her. And that's pretty much how the entire debate goes, is Anna presses her by saying, source? And then she just freezes and then, like, is shaking in her heels. Her Sasquatchian heels. I know I'm one to talk, but
Mortality rate.
Let's get into that, though. Why I'm calling her Sasquatchian. Okay, so after this debate, she says something about Anna Kasparian. But first, really quick, that blouse that she's wearing, look at it. It looks like it's made from bed sheets, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like a curtain? Like, you know the top part of the curtain that your grandma has? That's what her shirt looks like. You would think it would look a little better considering she lost some weight, but
During childbirth.
she looks like an elderly Englishman that's a judge, you know? She just needs the white wig with the white curls. Who does she think she is? Judge Pearl? It's just so brutal. Let me move my camera so you can see. Excuse me. She actually washed her hair for this debate just for her to get felted. Like, this was such a special event for her that she actually washed her hair, guys. Like, it doesn't look as greasy as normal. Just for this to happen to her.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country, so a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes. ...
She does not look happy. She's like, just taking it. Just taking the beat down. Nate the lawyer, thank you for the $10 super chat. That was epic. She exposed that Pearl for what she is. A grifter with nothing to offer. Nothing going on in that brain. Nothing at all, as we can see. You know, Pearl would have did well if there was a black guy to tell her what to say. You know, red pill black guy for her to watch. But unfortunately, they couldn't provide that for her in this debate. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Nasty Soda. She's using an earpiece and it's malfunctioning. Yeah, and frying her brain, more like. Nicki Minaj, $2 Canadian. Hey, more Pearl stuff. She's so fun. I wouldn't be covering this if it weren't absolute gold, guys. I would not be rolling out of my grave right now to do this. But it was just so... Like, I gotta do like a victory spin, you know? Woo! Pearl's felted! Woo! You know? Because I haven't been feeling well the past few days. I've been bedridden for the most part. And trying to get this video done, this big video for you guys. Like I said, I hope the fruits of my labor pay off. But, you know, I crawled out of my bed just to cover this. It was that important. And I haven't made anything on here in 2 weeks because of the video. So, okay, let me get into her Sasquatchian actions. So, basically, after Anna Kasparian felt Pearl, she goes on her live stream and threatens Anna, essentially. She's like, it's an implied threat. It's like, oh, like... I'll just play the clip for you guys so you can see it. It's like internet tough
about
girl.
it. I'm like,
oh, I consider beating you up. Listen to this.
I thought about it. I'm like, you can talk like this to men, but I'm bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean? I'm like,
yeah, we do know what you mean. You want to exercise your Sasquatchian powers on poor little Anna Kasparian, who's like 5'1", and you're like over 6 feet tall. Like, look, there she is sitting there again, seething. She's just seething. She's literally saying, I thought about beating up, / I want to beat up Anna Kasparian because she made me look retarded. And now you're humiliating yourself further because you can't accept the L gracefully. Seething.
I will, yeah. Yeah.
Once again, seething. This is in her own studio this time, where she's choking. She's just choking. The whole debate. Choke, choke, choke. It's like that scene from 8 Mile, where they're, in the beginning, they're like, choke, choke, choke. That's literally what we're seeing right now.
I know, but I have this fear in me of the police. I never want to, like, get in trouble in that way. But, you know, I'm getting older. And have you noticed the older you get, I'm like, do you know what? I could catch a charge.
You know, for someone so scared of the police, you sure do date a lot of black guys. Why didn't you bring this energy to the debate? Oh, I would have. I'm Pearl. I would have. I thought about bodying Anna, but I don't want to catch a charge, but now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, she totally would have caught a charge. But let me tell you something about Pearl, okay? She blocks everyone on Twitter, okay? I'm blocked on Twitter from her. Okay, look at this. Look. Blocked, okay? She also blocked Grace Thorpe, the one who posted this clip, as well as
you
the
can
prior
talk
clip
like
we
this
just watched of the debate. Blocked her for posting the clip. And you're telling me she would catch a charge? She runs. She runs with her tail between her legs. You know, Tree's out here saying, Pearl, why don't you bring that energy over here? And Tree is around Pearl's height. Okay? And she's like, bring that over here. Leave the short girls alone. Fight me, you Sasquatch looking bitch. That's what Tree said. But guess what? She's not going to. She's not going to think about catching a charge. You know, and it's so humiliating, so embarrassing that
Like,
you're stooping this low, that you're like, yeah, I was thinking about bodying her. Like, you're just admitting, you're self-reporting how felted you got, how embarrassed you are, how much you're seething, how stupid you looked. How stupid you looked in your little bed sheet blouse that looks like it's made from the material bed sheets made of in the debate clip. Seriously, look at it. You could sleep on that. Well, it might hurt a little bit because there's not a lot of cushioning there, but you know, you could. Pearl's just so mad that Anna made her look retarded. Just thought about catching a charge. She literally, the only time she'll debate someone is when it's in her control. So for example, with that Lila person, I think her name's Lila Rose, the one who's arguing about pornography with her. And you guys saw in my video on Pearl, I included it in there if you want to see what clip I'm talking about. But she goes and mutes her. And she's like, listen, Pearl, I can't continue this if you're just going to keep muting me. And then she just keeps muting her. When Pearl has the power, she goes on a power trip. But when she's in person, she's a scared little doggy. Ears down.
Childbirth.
Not that.
Tail tucked between her legs, looking down.
Next question.
Can't even make eye contact with Anna Kasparian. Submitting to Anna. Like, look at Anna Kasparian. Look at Anna stand. She's like that, and Pearl's like looking around, looking away, looking all around Anna Kasparian. Just look at the body language. You don't even need to listen to it. Upright, straight green line, perked up versus the beta look down. She doesn't know where to look. She just knows that she doesn't have the dignity to look Anna in the eye. Look, Anna's trying to look her in the eye. Pearl's looking down. You see that? Oh my God. Talk about not accepting an L gracefully, though. To, like, after this, go and talk smack. Because she did. Spoiler alert, she did. Not just that clip either. Pearl really is the type of person that will get her ass beat by someone and then, like, talk shit after. And I've always thought this about her, that she would be that type of person. And this confirmed my theory. Yeah, Anna, the Chad stare versus the beta Becky look down. I can't even make eye contact. I'm so embarrassed. I'm shaking in my heels. No, but seriously, it does look like she's wearing a bed set. It looks like you know when beds have a skirt? It looks like her skirt is literally the skirt of a bed. It's just so funny. But yeah, internet tough girl. Can't bring it to the debate though. So Grace gets blocked by Pearl after showing this and showing Pearl going in Sasquatch mode to size up against Anna for making her look like a loser coward. And because we know Pearl can only be tough when she mutes people on her own stream. And another thing I wanted to point out about this, I don't know if you guys noticed, and I'm sure you will in the debate, but Pearl feels the need to fight for men.
I thought about it. I'm like, you can talk like this to men.
Here's something you need to know. You don't need to fight for men. They can fight their own battles. Men don't need you to fight for them, Pearl. You know, she's always like, men actually want someone pure and youthful and pleasant to be around. Pearl's very unpleasant. Okay, her voice is like a flashbang, like I said in my video. And it's like, if you truly knew, like, you're the authority on what men want and what they actually value in a woman. Meanwhile, you have a sugar baby that loudly disrespects you in public, is constantly felting you. Your own sugar baby is felting you. You're paying him and he's felting you. Okay? And not only that, but then she's like, yeah, I know what men want. They want you to fight for them? You act like the man. You think that's what men want? She's supposed to be the authority on this, I thought. Why is she trying to fight for them? Why is she trying to pick a fight with Anna? She didn't say she was going to fight her. She just made her look stupid. With her own words. With Pearl's own actions and words. So now Pearl has to pretend she's going to beat someone up and put on a show.
But I'm bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean?
She's the type of girl where you know, in school, there was always that bitch that was like trying to fight someone, and she goes, hold me back, and then she gets her goons to like hold her back to pretend she's gonna fight someone. That's Pearl. Literally like, hold me back, and then pretends to struggle so that like she can't hit you. It's so funny. So then afterwards, Pearl actually addressed this. People saying that she was saying she thought about beating up Anna Kasparian.
I want it before.
And Pearl had to respond to that with how she, and then afterwards talking about how she totally doesn't care either. Hold on, let me find it. Here it is. Thank you, BM, for the $10. Pearl should just go full Sasquatch and shelter herself in the woods. She clearly can't handle the heat. She cannot. Thank you. Cody, thank you for the $5. Hey, girly, you're an icon. What inspired me to come back to streaming the YouTube? Maybe I'll talk about it on like a different video type of thing. But I will say it is fun to be back and laugh at stuff again. But basically, I'm doing a lot better in finding a balance in my life of being online and then IRL. It doesn't have to be one or the other necessarily. And then make sure I've caught up. Okay, cool. So after Pearl was like, hold me back. I totally would have. I'm pick me Pearl. I would have beat up Anna if it weren't for the police. You know, it reminds me of Andrew Tate when he lost that fight and he was like, I would have won if it wasn't for me getting tired. It's like, so you would have won if you didn't lose? Wow, genius. I saw that clip in the Abba and Preach video on it. So this was her statement afterward. She says about the video of her
Get up.
saying that
Do you know what I mean? I'm like,
fighter.
Yeah.
I've seen this same comment pop up across multiple accounts, so I want to clarify what I actually said on my stream. This is just a snippet, a taken out of context bit. Now I'm going to stop you right there. This was not out of context. I went back in the stream, I rewinded it. There was no context that made this different. She is backpedaling. She is such a coward that she has to backpedal even when she's like, yeah, I would have taken on Anna. I would have taken her on if it wasn't for the police. And then she has to backpedal on that too. Like, can you be any more of a coward? But she said, I was talking about a moment of pressure, not a threat or any intent to hurt someone. I didn't act, and I wouldn't. 'Cause you're a pussy. And I'm saying that not to encourage violence here, guys, but I'm saying that because she's putting on a front like she would when she wouldn't, and now she has to backpedal again. So maybe just take your own advice, what you tell women, like shut up, maybe you should try that and taking the L gracefully. Or don't and just give me more content. That's fine too. Pearl's felt maxing. So what she says here is what actually happened on that stage was constant talking over, raised voices, and personal insults once the arguments ran out. Which Pearl does personal insults on the debate too, by the way. And constant talking over. There was more than, that was actually the opposite issue. The clip that went viral that Pearl got felted in, Pearl choked. She had nothing to say. There was plenty of time for Pearl to speak, and she left plenty of silence to show how dumb she is. There was so much time for her to speak. So I don't even know how you can, in good faith, because it's not in good faith, because she's never in good faith. You can't say in good faith you were spoken over and you, like, as if you didn't have time to say what you're going to say. The whole world just saw you choke several times. Debates are supposed to test ideas and move closer to the truth, in which you failed yours. Your philosophy, your ideology failed. You made the red pill look very, very bad. That it was not applicable in the real world. Your idea failed miserably. This is the worst debate that has happened in like 10 years. In reality, if you watched enough of them, the winner is often just a person who shouts more, interrupts more, insults more, not the one who's grounded in reality. Yeah, that's why you have to post your cope clips, right? Hold on, let me show you guys. Let me show you guys something on her channel. She can't just take the L. She says she's just taking the L, but then she just keeps talking and talking and having to backpedal. It's embarrassing. Okay, look at this. Look how many clips she posted from the debate to make it look like Pearl was the one making good points and like she won. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 clips of Pearl trying to make it look like she did good. After she's saying, yeah, I took the L. And then she's saying, but I thought about beating her up. And then having to backpedal that too. That's not gracefully taking an L. $20 super chat. No, honestly, it might be the worst debate of all time. It very well might be. $20 super chat from an Adventure Zombie. I've said this before. This is 50 Cent versus Diddy, and I'm here for it. Oh, like how 50 Cent purposely interviewed on that news station so Diddy would see it in jail. $5 Canadian from Vidi Virens Kappa Kapaka. True story, I got banned from Pearl's chat years ago for asking how often she washes her hair. I appealed the man and she responded, kiss my butt. Oh, she really doesn't like being told to wash her hair. I'm gonna have to go Jordan Peterson on her, you know, instead of clean your room, it's clean your hair. I'm sorry, but it's not our fault that her hair often looks dirty. Like, I'm sorry, Pearl, that you had to wash your hair for this special occasion, the debate. You know, you finally washed your hair. Congratulations, but you did it for nothing. Speaking of washing, maybe Pearl could wash herself a little better with Reidstreet soap. So, as you guys know, I help design soaps and candles, and these are 2 new ones. This one smells like a strawberry. It is called Bimbo Frost, and I'm putting this so you can kind of see that it's see-through. You see the stars there? And it's very glittery. See it right there. And I'm a big fan. It's like a spin-off of the other Bimbo soap that I made that I really like. I'm currently using that one in my shower. And this one is the A. Lamau soap for the old heads here. This one's for the guys. And this one also glows. I don't know if I'll be able to get it to do it with my phone flashlight or not. But it does glow in the dark, and I'll show you on the website right now. Super cool. But yeah, it's reidsoap.shop. shop, and this is the Bimbo Frost one I just showed you. You click Brittany Venti collection, or you can buy anything from the website. There's a lot of really, really great, beautiful options. And this is the Ayla Mouse Subject 20. This is how it looks when it glows in the dark. So check it out. I'll link it to you guys in the chat. It's also in the description if you want to get it after the stream. But yeah, Pearl, consider buying some soap at Reidstreet Soap so that you can wash your hair. Not with the soap, but you know, the rest of you. Get into the routine of cleaning yourself properly. Anyway, as I was saying, she says, what happened on stage was constant, you know, her making excuses and lying. Because that's what Pearl loves to do. She loves to lie. She loves to make excuses. She said, that contrast matters. Debates are supposed to test ideas, which she failed. And then she says, debates are also... They also expose stress responses. Under extreme pressure, she froze. Her reaction, this Pearl saying, her reaction to the possibility of losing was rage, insults, and the familiar "my husband was nothing before me" routine. Common behavior of rabid feminists. Now, I want you guys to remember her calling her a feminist when we watched the debate, by the way, and that this statement is after the debate. Her calling Anna Kasparian feminist, in which the debate Anna Kasparian claims to not be, but that's not the point I'm trying to make here. You'll see in the debate who acts like a feminist in what they say and in what they do. So after Pearl makes that statement, this debate was hosted by World War Debate, and they thank Pearl for joining.
Before we start reacting,
and they address her taking the L. That's how bad it was. The actual debate place had to address it and say, yeah, you got beat the fuck up, girl. Like, it was that bad. Guys, it was not just one clip. It was that bad. And they said, thank you, Pearl, for participating in our first event. Don't beat yourself up on the L. It takes an unbelievable amount of courage to jump in the arena and throw down with the other titans. There's no safety nets and the pressure is real. We loved having you in your incredible sport. Anna Kasparian is absolute powerhouse on stage and you took the challenge. You're always welcome at World War Debate. Now, mind you, that if you go on their Twitter and you scroll down, let's see if it's still there. Yeah, they retweeted Grace Thorpe, the person who posted both the debate clip and Pearl saying that she wanted to body Anna Kasparian. And the World War Debate retweeted that. So, I don't know what the implication is there. Like, are they saying that they welcome their guests using intimidation? Because I don't think that that's a good setup for a new debate place. Is like, yeah, you know what? Thank you for joining. You're a great sport for intimidating the other guests. So that means, like, every time you have a debate, it's fine to, like, say, oh, I'm thinking about bodying them. You know, because this isn't boxing. This is a intellectual debate. I know Sasquatch Pearl wants it to be, but it's not. World War Debate? Yeah, that's what it's called. Oh, sorry, Word War Debate, whatever. Word War Debate. It's hard to say. But yeah, Word War Debate is saying that basically it's okay for the guests to intimidate each other with physical violence, hypothetically. So that's a weird implication to have when you're just opening up your debating thing. But all right. And let's take a look at Pearl's Twitter really quick. I want to show you guys something. So as we're scrolling through Pearl's Twitter, wait, what did she say here? I feel like the world is sort of dystopia now. Yeah, she got knocked so hard that she's just like, ooh, everything's crazy. She got knocked out intellectually by Anna Kasparian. She's out of it. She's dazed. She's choking. Okay, let's scroll down here. Where is that? So right before this, when Pearl makes her statement about actually it wasn't a threat, walking it back because she's, you know, she really has the backbone of a wet noodle. She begins retweeting maximum copium. It is like endless copium. Watch this. Watch. Look how long I'm scrolling for. Look at all the copium she has to retweet. Just endless copium. So if you truly believe you lost and you want to gracefully accept it, why are you retweeting all these people that are talking smack about Anna Kasparian? Look at this. I'm still scrolling. She's retweeting all of this copium. Endless amounts of copium. Every breath of copium that she can breathe in, she's taking it. She's inhaling it. Look, I'm just scrolling endlessly. It's still not over. I'm still scrolling. She was hurt bad from this. She was taking every person she could get. It took me about, how long was that, guys? Rewind the stream. How long was I scrolling for? What was that, like a minute straight of scrolling? Pearl retweeting copium? $5 super chat from Brian Howe. Is it me or does Pearl's eyes look extremely red like she's bawling like crazy? Yeah, it does. Even in her recap stream, that's how it looked. $2 Canadian from VD. Get Pearl a shirt that says world's stinkiest hair. What about a shirt that just says stinky? $2 from Cigarette. I saw a clip you said guys need butt soap. Yeah, they gotta wash their ass with Reidstreet soap. Wash your ass with the new A Lamau bar from Reidstreet soap. I personally designed it, and it smells great. Anyway. So, also, let me play the context, by the way. Pearl saying that the clip was out of context. She's like, oh, it was out of context. I didn't actually mean it like that because I'm a coward. I'm backpedaling. I can't even properly make threats. Oh, they took me out of context. It was around 23 minutes. It was like right here.
You know, I know I was too polite.
She was too polite, guys.
Now
you were too polite. You were choking the entire time.
Before we start reacting to the debate, I want to thank World War Debate for inviting me. I do apologize, you guys, for crashing the first half. I got nervous.
Does that sound like World War?
That was an incredible opportunity. The fact that you guys got Anna Kasparian on was amazing. I know she's hard to get. They were so easy to work with. Their team worked so incredibly hard.
Now, when she's saying this, just keep in mind that later on she complains about the moderator.
Right? I mean, the fact that this was their first event that they have run for this show was amazing. Like, there was
but you'll see why that's a point of contention here when we watch the
few
debate.
Hiccups. Anything time I needed anything, the staff was there.
1 second. I'm gonna get the exact timestamp that it was. Fear. Here it is. Okay. I was a little bit ahead. Check it out.
I thought about it. I'm like,
okay, so
not gonna lie.
Someone super chats her, I think. It was right.
It was hilarious. I think you cooked her. She just relied on name calling and Botox jobs. Yeah, you know. I didn't rage quit, but do you know what I thought? There was a point where I did want to throw hands. I'm not gonna lie. I thought about it. I'm like, you can talk like this to men, but I'm bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean? I'm like,
Does that sound like it was out of context? Sounds pretty in context to me. You know, let's survey it here. Because the only context seems to be that you said that you thought about hitting Anna Kasparian because she made you look really stupid. But yeah, it actually meant something else. I meant something else by it. Yeah, Pearl's like over 6 feet tall. Thank you, Eliza Blue's stinky ass, for $5 super chat. Hi, Brittany, it's me again. Just a question. Now that you've turned Wyatt going to Agartha, you're gonna try to reconcile with Eliza Blue. Eliza Blue isn't in Agartha. Okay. Anyway, thank you for the $5. But yeah, her trying to say that that's out of context is crazy. And one more bit of copium from Pearl before we get into the debate. So, Cenk Uygur tweets out that Katie Miller lost the debate with him, and then his co-host Anna Kasparian won against Pearl, and that Pearl was saying she wanted to assault her. And then Pearl was like, it's not that serious. Yeah, more copium, more backpedaling. Amazing mental gymnastics from Pearl. She should have kept at the sports. You would think the mental gymnastics would translate in a debate, but it doesn't. Okay. Are we ready to watch the debate? You guys got your snacks? So the debate is about an hour and change. I don't remember exactly, because there's a break in between, but it starts right around here.
And did you mention a furry?
Yeah. Because
wow.
Everywhere you go, I
All right, let me turn the volume up.
got to find out about what you want.
So what I meant to say earlier, Nate, was if you could put me on with Gavin or Kyla, we could talk. Because I don't know how to
Here we
get
go.
away from
Ben,
the
you're
furry.
And comment.
Is not today.
Starts
There.
right around here. Yeah, there she is, bed sheets and all. Learn to mix your textures, Pearl. She's taking my advice, but she's not applying it. Great, but she clearly is listening to my advice. She washed her hair. What, you guys think we should have some stinky merch? Should we have stinky merch? That says stinky.
All right, Pearl, welcome. I'm going to ask you the same question. If you're going to change somebody's mind tonight, one person, how are you going to do it?
I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves.
I want you guys to remember that. I'm going to let the facts speak for themselves. Famous last words.
Fair enough. All right.
Spoiler, she had none.
Ladies and gentlemen, this debate, our main card, has a little bit of a different format than what we did previously. We're going to have the opening statements for both of you. Those will be 5 minutes apiece. Then you'll each get 10 minutes to kind of do an interrogatory of the other. That will go back and forth. And then after that, we'll go into open debate. As you saw with some of the other debates earlier, we try to let the other person answer. I'll try to jump in as I can, but for the most part, I want you all to
Thank you
mix
for
it
the
up.
$4.99,
all right? Have fun
Daniel.
with it.
Hail Brittany, Venti,
And
Queen of Agartha.
who is first?
I'm a Gothian
I thought
now,
so.
actually.
Anna, take it away. We got 5 minutes.
In a May 2024 appearance on Tim Pool's Culture War podcast, my opponent, Pearl Davis, declared that women aren't really doing much. We're not having kids. We're not really contributing to the economy when you look at output. In fact, she uses this ridiculous assertion to argue that women should not have the right to vote. While it's true the birth rate has declined, and we'll revisit that in a bit, women account for 47% of the American workforce. The Council of Economic Advisors found that women have contributed a substantial portion of the
So this is the only part of the debate that you're going to see Pearl writing, by the way.
U.S. economic growth since 1970, which wouldn't have been made possible without the feminist movement. By 2017, women were responsible.
And by the way, you know it has to be really bad that if Pearl is supposed to be on the right and everyone, regardless of political affiliation, is laughing at Pearl here.
For nearly 40% of total gross domestic product, amounting to a whopping $7.6 trillion. Of course, that figure doesn't include the trillions of dollars in unpaid labor women do every year, tending to the household, raising children, and caring for ailing parents. And when it comes to certain sectors of our economy, women are a dominant and
Imagine writing all that just to do nothing with it, by the way.
indispensable force. Like in the healthcare industry, where they make up nearly 80% of workers, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's 16.4 million women. When it comes to education, in 1960, women earned less than 35% of all bachelor's degrees.
I'm going to speed this part up, guys, and I'll slow it back down to normal speed in a second.
Today, they earn roughly
this is the least interesting part of the debate.
58%
Everything else is
of
really
all
funny,
bachelor's
though.
degrees, which Pearl herself benefited from after graduating from Elmhurst University. Women also earn over 60% of master's
Let's
degrees.
speed up a little bit.
I hope to hear Pearl explain how a more educated and skilled population somehow translates to cultural decline, especially as we compete with China in.
I think it's funny that she calls out Pearl for being essentially a modern woman that Pearl hates so
this
much.
increasingly multipolar world. The modern feminist movement also had a major impact on decreasing domestic violence, and that's according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Rates of intimate.
Yeah, so I need you guys to keep a count in your head how many times Pearl gets felt at this stream. We actually are going to have an official counter so that at the end we can calculate the felts per minute. We need to know what the felts per minute ratio is.
Partner violence decreased by more than 60% from 1994 to 2010. And that's thanks to protective order statutes and funding for shelters beginning in the 1970s and 80s. Not only did the two-income household become more financially resilient, especially during economic downturns, women gained the ability to leave abusive relationships, an outcome correlated with improved child health and educational attainment. A culture that protects people from violence is not one that's indicative of cultural decline. Pearl herself has benefited
I think Pearl was pretending the right the whole time.
greatly from the feminist movement, thanks to Title IX in 1972, signed by Nixon, of course. Sex-based discrimination in any school program or activity that receives federal funding is prohibited. Pearl herself had a rather impressive record playing for Elmhurst University's volleyball team, having earned all conference honors as a senior. She later pursued professional volleyball in London. She could have stayed in the United States and served in her
Aw, she's blushing.
role as a traditional woman, but she didn't. And she could have been the traditional chaste woman living out her dream of everything women were supposed to do before feminism, but she is neither traditional nor chaste by her own admission. While feminists would have no problem.
Look at that. She looks away, nervous laughter. It's true. Listen, a lot of women don't have the opportunity that Pearl did to do that, but she came from a wealthy family. She could have actually did that.
With her personal choices, she has made a career bashing women.
You know, before her skin got like super wrinkly from the sun damage or whatever, there would have been like a guy willing to volunteer, one or two.
For theirs. Critics often argue that modern feminism has weakened families and resulted in a lower birth rate. They tend to dismiss empirical evidence demonstrating the insidious impact of the internet, social media on modern relationships. They also brush economic instability under the rug, despite young people citing their personal finances as the main reason why they're holding off on marriage in the first place. In lieu of discussing those factors, Pearl spends much of her time discouraging men from getting married in the first place. During her debate with Trent Horn, she declared that men are better off shacking up without ever getting married. Her reasoning? Women are too fat and STD infected.
25%, that's a lot.
You did say that. She didn't stop to think about how they contracted the
These are Pearl's notes right here. Pearl's notes.
STDs in the first place. Data from the National Library of Medicine show that modern men are just as promiscuous as modern women. Men and women are in bad shape, and in the United States, we can discuss why, but feminism is not the reason.
Very good. Thank you.
Pearl hates when you actually quote her. She hates it so much.
Nice job. Okay, Pearl, we got 5 minutes. You're going to be on the clock, and let's go.
Most debaters and commentators are elitists who tell average Americans from their ivory towers what to think and how to feel. My answer to this question not only comes from covering current events and researching the facts, data, and statistics, but also in my professional experience interviewing over 1,000 people in America and Western nations. Feminism has given women power, and power corrupts. And that's what's happening. Feminism is robbing
Yeah, we're at like 2 felts right now. Spectral, how many felts are we at?
men of their disposable income and their prime earnings.
Spectral's the official
Feminism-
felt counter.
Feminism has empowered women. It has empowered women to be sexually promiscuous. Feminists say that they fought for women to not subject themselves to the approval of men. Why then are 5 to 10% of women between the ages of 18 to 25 on OnlyFans or other prostitution websites? There are more online prostitutes in America than female Walmart employees. 1 of 3 women will catch an STD at some point in their lifetime. 90% will catch HPV, which is incurable. Feminism has empowered women to abort an eighth.
So I just want to point out, she's talking about STDs, but she ignores like how the guys got the STDs. She kind of proves Anna's point.
Of the world
anyway.
population and 1/3 of Gen Z. Feminists have been so empowered to commit paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is unpunished in any state in the USA.
Also, by the way, her saying like, these people won't come down from their ivory towers and blah, blah, blah. It's like, she's one to talk. She literally blocks everyone and runs for her life.
Any country in the West. If done correctly,
When
a
she's
man
not
will have to
choking,
pay
that
for a
is.
child he was fooled into believing was his until that child reaches maturity. In some states, that man will also have to pay for that kid's college. That is slavery and is forbidden under the 13th Amendment. 1/3 of paternity tests are negative by the American Association of Blood Banks. Feminism has empowered women to rise.
See, she cited that statistic before about like, or I don't remember if it was different, but it was a statistic about this topic where like about 1/3 of guys paternity test whatever, and it was this super old outdated study from like the 90s or something. If you want the details, go over my first video on it. I already covered it, but she hasn't changed. She's literally doing the same stuff that she did before. Like she just says whatever and hopes that people don't fact check her.
Rob men of their time, their resources, their reputation, their children, and in the most extreme cases, their lives.
It was either my first or second video. I'm pretty sure it was my first video on her. We went over
They
that.
do this through child support, alimony, false allegations, and paternity fraud. How many people in this arena have a brother, a father, an uncle, or a friend who has gone through this meat grinder?
She said about Anna's, if we remember the tweet we just pulled up, about Anna's statements about like, my husband's first. She was like, oh yeah, you did the whole shebang about that. She's doing what she accused Anna of doing.
Anna has been on the air for 15 years and is completely oblivious to these issues. It's a silent genocide of the lives of millions of men. Standing on the sidelines of the arena, I have 33-year combat veteran Terrence Popp. He served through 3 wars and was almost killed in 2. He got
Thank you, Liza Blue Stinky Ass, $5. Pearl did marriage debate with Trent Horn, and Trent got visibly annoyed by her. It's hilarious, and he never gets mad during debates.
married, had 2 children, and served in the United States Army. Terrence Popp was deployed to Iraq in 2004, and as a member of the airborne infantry, he was wounded by a roadside bomb and suffered a TBI and a stroke from the blast. He was evacuated out of the country, and it took over 2 years until he had
Nicki Minaj's fat bum. Pearl is neither chaste nor chaste. Unfortunate. And then they also said another $2. Getting banned from our chat sounds fun. Should I? Oh, it won't be hard.
While he was recovering,
She
his wife
runs.
was plotting to divorce him. His wife murdered his 6-year-old chocolate lab out of spite because he filed for divorce first. When he confronted her, the response he got was, "I told you I did not want you living here." At this point, he was forced to leave the marital home and live out of his car.
Are you so
The
happy I
divorce took
sped the
away his
video up
home, his
with her
children,
voice?
and left him penniless and saddled with a child
It's not the genetics so much as it is the way that she carries the voice.
support payment he could not afford. Terrence had to pay $144,000 over a 12-year period for a divorce that his wife was empowered by feminists to plan and execute. Terrence went into court to fight for 50-50 custody. Terrence was called a murderer and an assassin in open court and was given 96 hours a month with his children. 96 hours a month is not a father. While homeless, he spoke to many other men who would never get off the streets due to child support arrearages and penalties, and the men constantly getting arrested for unpaid child support. The disparage
for
of
the
losing his
$5
children and his
static,
home
son.
and his
Love your
PTSD
charm.
and constant
Thanks.
pain from his wounds, he became suicidal. While at his post in 2008, a former commander of his came to see him to secretly say his last goodbyes. The next day, Mr. Pop's former commander
I promise. After this suffering, it's worth it. It's worth it. I just wanna play it.
put on his dress blues and went to the Holy National Veteran Cemetery and blew his brains out. Terrence Pop was notified of the death and was shocked because he was planning to commit suicide in the exact same manner. So in effect, his former commander took the bullet that was meant for him. Terrence Pop decided he would not kill himself and has spent the last 20 years saving 576 men from suicide with comedy. If you look to the left of the stage, Terrence is
Wait,
holding
how
the
do you
dog
measure
tags
that?
for every
Like with I don't understand how that's measured, but
life that he
anyway.
has saved. Now, why am I telling you this? Shout out to Terrence. Yeah. Now, why am I telling you this? Because men and American veterans are put in this position because of the empowerment that feminists like Anna have pushed for. There are millions of men that have died in this country from the political power that feminism pushes. Since 1970, an estimated 1.6
Third-degree
million men have
felony
committed
yapping.
suicide.
Fine.
Yeah, Anna's was easier to listen to, wasn't it? Even with the speed up.
If feminists cared about equality, why aren't they fighting for equality in divorce and
Speed
family
up or
court
not.
as hard as they are
Like, it's not
fighting
gonna
for
get better if
abortion,
I make it
working,
slower.
or becoming sex workers? Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
This is where it
This-
begins.
This is gonna be a heavy one.
Let the audience get their applause in now, because they will be punished for it every single time for the next hour and a half.
We're gonna go now to the opening interrogations. We have 10 minutes. Do we have that on the clock? Yeah, it's fading in right there. Okay, and take it away. 10 minutes.
Who's interrogating who?
Whoever wants to begin.
Aside from the specific anecdote that you shared, which of course is tragic,
And it
can you
happens all the
cite some
time.
actual studies that look at the statistics and back up what you say in regard to the outcomes of marriage and divorce in America?
41% of 109 rape cases reported to police in a Midwestern city were admitted to be false by complainants.
In one Midwestern city? And which Midwestern city was that?
You know, you can go from your ivory tower and
I'm
tell
not in an
people what
ivory
they
tower.
think
I'm
and
on
how
this
to
debate
feel.
stage interrogating your assertions, and you've only
The immediate felt. Did we add that to the felt count? It's like, oh, the ivory tower. And you need to come down from your ivory tower. Like the moment that Anna Kasparian just asks her about her sources.
provided an anecdote.
Right.
Because
It's
if you
not-
look at the data, which I did, of course, you'll find that women are twice as likely to fall into poverty after divorce.
Right, because they can't
Alimony
stop
is paid
spending.
out in 10% of divorces. According to the Census Bureau, the average child support payment is $441 a month, and only 60%
Right, but how
of
much are
those
they
payments
making?
get paid out.
How much
Women do not get child custody 90% of the time, as you have asserted before. In fact, 95% of custody cases are mutually agreed upon outside
She's like, I have a paper for this. I have a paper for this. Violently shuffling through her papers.
of the courtroom.
Please don't
Women
fail me,
get
please
full
don't fail me.
custody 40% of the time. Men do get full custody 20% of the time. And 40% of the time, it's shared custody, which I think is the ideal situation, assuming that neither spouse is abusive.
She's soon about to find out that her papers are not going to help her.
And Pearl, excuse me, before you respond, if you could take your microphone out and hold it, it would be easier to hear you.
Okay. Alimony and medical care and dental are not covered by that, so a lot of times it does go above 50%. Again, you can go through the facts, the data, and the statistics and manipulate them any way that you want.
It's not
But-
Oh, now it's manipulation. Now if you give the facts, now it's manipulation when Anna does it, but Pearl's allowed to do it, right? Cope.
There are
Those are the
1.6
stats.
million. There are 1.6 million men in this country. Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after a divorce.
Compared to women, what's the number for women?
It's lower.
Really? What is it?
I,
Comparative analysis is real difficult for you, isn't it?
okay.
Go ahead, Pearl.
What's your next question?
Felted. Just like she had nothing to say. Like, where was that energy about, oh, she wanted to body Anna? Like, Anna straight up insulted Pearl's intelligence, and Pearl's just silent. Where's that dog in her? Where's that roof? Was she gonna roof Anna up?
You have asserted that men shouldn't get married, that instead they should
I
shack
didn't say
up.
that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn. Word for word, you said it.
She's said that so many times. She just goes up there and straight up just lies constantly. Do you know how many times this woman has said that marriage isn't worth it for men? That's practically her motto.
Makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that
Right,
you give to
right.
men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock, he's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand,
Hold on. Someone said Brittany is kicking a dead horse. Yeah, the horse is dead because Anna killed it.
was couch surfing. He was in debt and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to know why? Because I had the economic freedom to marry for love, not for some Chad to take care of me.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height.
Felt meter? Hi. Yeah, so the point in Anna and pointing that out is because Pearl always projects her arguments on the people. It's like, oh yeah, these women, they only like, it's a general red pill sentiment too, I'll say, where it's like, oh, the women only want the top X percent of men, top 20% of men. And Anna is basically saying like, hey, I went for someone I was not hypergamous, like you talk about with women being super hypergamous. Red pill in general does that, and that's Pearl's ideology. She's red pill, manosphere. And she's like, well, I didn't do that. So she's establishing that she's not what Pearl makes out all the women to be.
None, I don't want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow these two to debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them?
She has to think really hard about that. That's her trying to think really hard. She's like, Anna, can you carry this debate? Can you carry this debate for me?
Pearl, excuse me, before you respond,
Listen.
Question.
What's your
I
next
mean,
question?
you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask.
Okay. Ooh. Tail between legs. Okay. Like, just her energy with it. She looks destroyed. It's only a few minutes into the debate, and she just looks like she's been through it. Look at that. Just this isn't me getting lucky. It's every freeze frame. She's defeated. It's over. Her career, at that point, she knew it was just over. It was over for her. Oh yeah, she definitely cried after this.
Do you think you're helping
Begging
men
Anna
by
to carry the
discouraging
debate
them
for
from
her.
entering
Can you ask the next question? Can you move on so I don't have to be awkward and silent?
fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
What happens? What happens, Anna?
how many men do you think get
Look at her. She is seething.
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number.
What happens, Anna?
How many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number
don't
is,
get-
but the
What
idea that
happens
there's
to
like a
men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%.
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really,
pay child support?
only 60% of child support payments get paid out.
You gotta allow her to interrogate you, not them. You gotta stop yelling questions
Look,
at her.
you can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I?
That's rich coming from Pearl. How privileged of a position Anna Kasparian's in. For those of you who do not remember, Pearl was talking about how her father was naming an entire street after her. But Pearl is the one talking about privilege.
Privileged.
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men shouldn't pay child
Men-
support following a divorce? Do you believe that women should be financially responsible 100% after a
Feminists
divorce?
wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50 custody, no child support, no alimony, no special privileges.
Alimony is paid out in 10%
It doesn't
of
matter if
divorces.
you're part of the
It does
10%.
matter. It does matter because you make it seem like it's a widespread issue when
The
it's
tender
only
years
10%.
doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sex.
So who's the feminist here again? She's saying it's a sexist law against men. I pick me Pearl. It's sexist law. Like, she's using, for someone who hates feminists so much, she sure is using a lot of their language and their way of thinking. And you'll notice that as the debate goes on.
How is it sexist
Where-
if a
where have you
woman
guys-
decided
it
to forego a
assumes
career,
that-
decided to be a stay-at-home mother, and the marriage doesn't work out, she has no job, she has no income, so you think it's unfair to get support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can pay?
60% of kids under 5 have daycare. Daycare is an option now. You wanted to be men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here
Do you know how much daycare costs? Do you think it's free?
Let her answer. Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean, it's
That's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should think about it. I sure am.
Felt it.
You spend money.
That hit her heart. That, like, it literally looked like if somebody, like, threw a heavy metal ball at Pearl's chest and it went, oof, and it winded her. She got winded by that one.
Pearl, excuse me, before.
I mean,
What happens? What happens, Anna?
how many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens?
Like, absolutely just crickets.
So the
Right.
idea that the woman should take. So the
Right.
idea
Y'all
when it's
know.
no job, how much daycare costs?
You wanted to be men. Here
Do you know how
have
much
it.
You
daycare
gotta-
costs? Do you think it's
You're not
free?
letting her answer. Let her answer.
A lot of things are expensive, Anna. I mean, it's
That's,
men.
that's not an answer.
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should
on
think
the-
about it.
On the
I sure am.
Look at Anna's face when, and look at Pearl. She's like, yeah. And then Pearl's like, tortured. Tortured. I wish I could zoom in on it. I can't. Because playing from the window. Oh my god. It's so good. The crickets after that. Yeah, and Pearl's also not being very logical here. She's like, yeah, the moms should have to pay for pay for a daycare, and it's like, but Pearl, how would they do that if they have no money and they're a stay-at-home mom and they have no skills because they're a stay-at-home mom to get a job? She's just like, well, things cost money. She doesn't think through what she says. Oh my god, look how smug she is. Oh my god. That's emote worthy, isn't it? It's so
You
funny.
spend money all of the time.
Yep.
So you wanted to be men.
I would have the same face if it were me too.
Here it is. You're equal. Pay for daycare.
Equality means that when you have a child or children, you're both responsible. So the
Right.
idea that the woman should take 100% of the costs on herself without any help from her husband or ex-husband is ridiculous. How is that fair?
Well, how is it fair that he doesn't get 50-50 custody?
Well, first of all,
It's
why
50
are you asserting that they don't?
It's 50% his DNA. Why can't he have 50% custody? Where
There
have
was a
feminists
study.
been? I've been
Let
on
me answer your
20
question, even though I
different-
should be interrogating you. I'll answer your question. Massive study out of Massachusetts that looked at 24,000 divorces. In those 25 divorces, they found that in only 8% of cases did men ask for custody. 8%.
Right, because the average.
I looked at that and seemed pretty true when I looked into it as well, because I had to also know that for the Pearl video. So as I was saying, every time the audience starts clapping, like, she said the talking point, she said the talking point some black guy in the red pill manosphere said, she regurgitated it, they instantly just get punished and bodied every time. The only person getting bodied here is Pearl in this debate.
American can't afford divorce fees, Anna.
But women
it
can
costs
afford to raise the
$25,000
children
to get a
by themselves
divorce.
without support from the ex-husband. How does that make sense?
What did you say? I didn't hear you. You were both talking.
You're complaining about the costs.
Look at her. Listen how she just cowers down like she's like mumbling quietly, whimpering into the microphone.
While simultaneously arguing that a woman should not get child support in order to raise the children that the former couple had together.
Are you guys equal or not? You want it
Yes,
to be equal.
equality means that
All
you're
right.
both responsible
50
for raising the children, and that includes the
so
costs
you should have
of raising the
equality,
children.
but not at the expense of men. 50-50 custody, 50-50, no child support, no alimony. That's equality. You don't want
Alimony
equality.
makes sense if
You
the
want-
woman was
you
a
want-
stay-at-home mother and doesn't have a source of income. How else would she take care of the kids following a divorce?
By getting a job just like the men.
So you're saying that a
And literally, how would would somebody, let's say they're a stay-at-home mom, and maybe they didn't even graduate high school, guys, and they're a stay-at-home mom, no education, no skills, literally they can't make a resume. They are taking care of a toddler, and they have to, after their fertility youth is now gone too, they can't just like up and remarry like a guy can. They have to now magically poof money for a daycare when they weren't the breadwinner. They weren't the one making the money. It doesn't make sense. It just logically doesn't make sense.
woman who doesn't have
Where's this magic
recent
money?
job history is just going to willy-nilly enter the job force or workforce, I should say, and easily get hired. Do you guys care
Men
about
do
this?
it.
So do you care about the children or not? Because you're making this about like the
What are you, a
poor
woman? That's
husband, the
emotional.
poor ex-husband who doesn't want to pay the child support, doesn't want, to take on any of the responsibilities of having children in the first place. Why is it that you seem to have a problem with men carrying out their responsibilities? But when it comes to
men are
And I'm going to answer that. So the problem Pearl has with giving men responsibility is she wants to take care of all the responsibility for them. That's why she's trying to fight fights for them. Literally, she's like, yeah, you can do that to a man, but you can't do that to me. I could body you. She wants to take all of the masculinity away from men. She wants to be the man. Pearl wants to be the man so bad. And I'm really seriously starting to consider the theory about her being a lesbian.
dying to care about their
Like Pearl just comes across like the type of person that would be a lesbian because of like, you know how lesbians have like a high statistic of domestic violence? And Pearl has that mindset. She's like, yeah, I would body her if it weren't for the police. She has that abuser mindset. Thank you, Joshua Williams, 1055 for the $25. Congrats, you are now the stream sponsor. And thank you for the other super chats. Cigarette Gentleman, $2. What kind of stinky merch are we talking? I'd buy it. The merch itself isn't stinky, guys. It would just say stinky on it. Larry Riedel, $5. Pearl clutching? Yeah, pretty much the entire stream. Okay.
responsibilities.
Really?
Men are fighting to be a part of their kids' lives.
What's the empirical data on that?
I don't need data. How many people in here have had a family or
See, she doesn't need the data. The data is manipulative. Very interesting. Like, suddenly, the data doesn't matter, guys.
or a friend fight for their kid and not be able to get it? The reason that this happens, Anna, is because lawyers tell them not to fight because it's so expensive and they won't win.
Guys, never ask a woman their age. Never ask Pearl where she got her sources.
What is
They
that
won't
based on?
win.
You have to provide, look, Pearl, I am open to be convinced, but I need more than anecdotes. I need more than vibes and feelings. Because we're talking about something serious here. We're talking about raising children. We're talking about the shared responsibility of raising children. That, of course, includes the cost.
90% of disputed custody goes to women. That's not equal.
90%, that's a totally made up statistic. Where are you citing that from?
All right, let's take a break there because our time actually ran out.
Look at the mod having to save her. Pearl, where'd you get that from? She's just like, I don't know. Looks around the room. Stacy on? Oh, I wonder what the crowd's doing right now. Oh, are my papers in order?
Those opening interrogations are over. Let's take a moment here.
Oof. I'm just looking at Pearl's face every frame. Yeah, that paper's not going to help you.
Water. All right. The next step is going to be 30 minutes. We're going to open it up. Again, open debate. I'd remind you guys.
Yeah, so just keep this in mind that the entire time the mod is very much giving Pearl the escape rope. And Anna also is pretty forgiving about Pearl, and Pearl had plenty of room to speak throughout this entire thing. Like I said, the problem actually was Pearl choking and not speaking. As we've seen several times now, it wasn't just the clip.
I know everyone's passionate about this. I get that. But we can't have multiple people debating at the same time, right? We got one debater here, we got one debater here. Let's keep it here. All right? Let's put 30 minutes on the clock, and let's begin the open debate. Pearl, I'll let you pick up here. Go ahead.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are consequences for it, especially when
Which
there's a
are?
court order for them to
Which
carry
are?
out their responsibility and pay child support so that child can be raised.
And what happens
Do you
if they
think
don't
there
pay
shouldn't be
it?
legal responsibilities or legal consequences if they fail to carry out a court order to, take care of their kids?
I've interviewed men that have paid millions of dollars in
Don't
child
care about your
support and
interviews.
they're-
Anecdotal evidence doesn't matter. What I need is actual, statistic, empirical evidence. They should pay their child support. $441.
What happened?
See, Anna could have just left her hanging there too. She didn't even have to keep speaking. She could have just let Pearl hang herself there. How many times has Pearl choked so far in this debate? 5? Anyone counting? What's the felt meter at? How many felts has it been? It's brutal. It's just, this is career ruining. It really is.
Their child.
Why would you ever listen to a single thing Pearl says again? Why? She's proven to be a liar. She makes things up. She doesn't have conviction in her beliefs. She just parrots what other guys said in the red pill, and she can't actually back it up. She has no spine, and she's a coward. And she stands there with her tail between her legs, shivering, quiet, being an internet tough gal. Why would you ever listen to her? 10 to 30 felts? We're 26 felts? Oh my God.
They should pay their child support. $441
What happens-
is the average child support payment. $441 a month.
Yeah, imagine like you're like trying to scam a guy for money, but you're only getting like $400 and change a month. You're getting like a car payment a month, doesn't even cover rent, doesn't cover anything. You like waste your fertility and youth, and it's harder to remarry now because you're a single mom for $400 a month. That doesn't sound like a good strategy to me. It doesn't sound like something someone sane would do. I don't see the motivation there. If that's like the average case. And like Anna Kasparian, she's able to poke so many holes in what Pearl's saying because Pearl, what she says doesn't actually make sense. She doesn't actually think it through because she doesn't have real beliefs. That's how you find out if someone has real beliefs. When you start to ask questions about it and like ask them, how is that logical? How does that logically follow through? And they can't answer.
Payment. $441.
You know, I'm enjoying
month.
Pearl's silence though.
Yeah, that's for someone that makes $24,000 a year.
You just told me a woman can just go to work and take care of the kids totally by herself.
Man, this is so
How does the
embarrassing.
guy live
you know?
when he's paying $500 a
Thank you
month
for the
and
$199.
$24,000 a year?
You think $500 a month is too much in child support? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Do you know how much childcare costs, for instance? I mean, that mother has to go to work, right? Where's the kid going to stay while that mother is working? How is she going to pay for the
What happens to men when they don't
daycare?
pay child support?
Sorry, say that again.
What happens to men when they don't pay child support?
There are legal repercussions for not
What-
carrying out a court
Okay.
mandate
Do you think that
to do something.
Do you think that fraud should be illegal?
Absolutely.
Okay. So why is it not illegal for women to fraud men on paternity? If a man does not find out he's the father over the age of 2, he is on the hook for child support for 18 years.
I don't
Why-
know
where
what
have
the
you
law
been on
is
this
when it
issue?
comes to
A
that,
third-
but it's wrong. If you're lying about paternity, that is wrong, and there should be legal
Well,
consequences
why
for
haven't
that.
feminists fought?
It's that simple.
Then why aren't feminists fighting for it, Anna?
Because feminists fight for women, obviously.
Right. That's my point.
Yeah.
At the expense of men. You guys want to believe women at the expense of men. Why isn't Amber Heard in jail? Because of the Me Too movement. You guys push believing all rape victims, and now we have rape.
Amber Heard had to pay out a massive settlement.
Yeah, but why isn't she in jail?
You want her in jail?
Thank you for the $2, Nicki Minaj. There are counters to Anna's points, but Pearl sucks. That's the thing. This matchup is really bad because Pearl, you'll see throughout the debate, projects like a person that she wants to argue against, but then Anna doesn't really fit that mold. Like, she thinks that Anna's going to make these certain points or have these certain ideas that she doesn't.
Jail?
Yes.
Well,
He ruined
the
his
penalties
life.
for defamation are what the court's decision is, right? You want people to go to prison.
Because basically, Pearl's like, what do you think of false rape accusations? And then Anna would be like, that's bad. And then it's like, well, now you have nothing.
For defamation?
He had to go to 2 different countries to clear his name. Why
okay.
isn't she in jail? He lost millions of dollars.
To be clear, you think the penalty for defamation is prison time?
I think the penalty for a false accusation is that the woman should get the same time that he would have gotten if he was found guilty.
Men don't go to prison for defamation.
And see, this is the problem with feminists. You want all these freedoms, but you won't actually be equal.
I do
Be
want
equal.
equality.
No, if you wanted to be equal, you would fight for 50-50 child support, no alimony.
No alimony. So again, if a woman decided to forego working, decided to stay home to raise the children, and the marriage doesn't work out, she's got no income whatsoever, she doesn't
Well,
deserve any
women aren't
alimony.
even doing that. Number one, that's not even a women are not staying home with the kids.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that Pearl did any research on Anna.
And number 2, you
No,
have
no.
daycare.
A lot of women
You
do
have-
these days,
you
actually.
have daycare as a choice.
The traditional
Again.
women who want to stay home, they want to be traditional wives, and you trash them all the time, which I don't understand.
if
It
feminists
seems like
cared
women
about
can't do anything
equality,
right when it
look.
comes to you, right?
If
They're
feminists-
stay-at-home moms,
if-
they're
Okay.
traditional, they're...
I understand that you can personally attack me. That's
I'm not personally attacking you.
Okay.
These are things that you have said on the record multiple times.
But if you cared about equality, you would care about false accusations. You would
I do care about false accusations,
No,
yep.
you don't.
You don't know me. You don't know what I care about.
See, that's what I meant. She's just projecting onto her.
Look, all right. Let's talk about rights that men do not have.
Changes.
Men do not have the right to be enlisted in selective service. You know, we have 125K men who were drafted and buried overseas. Think about that over a second. You talk about the oppressions of the past, but how many men died in World War I and World War II and had no choice? And yet,
Yeah, no, exactly, Dan. Sorry, I'll rewind it. But like, it's like Pearl researched feminists in general and applied that to Anna. Pearl literally went to her computer, but what do feminists think about false rape accusations? And then that was her research. That's what's on her paper. She's reading off the ChatGPT reply.
but how many men died in World War I and World War II and had no choice? And yet, Anna complains about oppression. Men
gotta
do not have
rethink
the
our
right to
foreign
face
policy.
their accuser in court when they have a false allegation and for personal protection orders that strips constitutional rights away from the man. Women go before a judge and say they don't feel safe, and more than likely a PP order will be issued. The man was not in court, had no say, has no defense, and does not get to face his accuser. That is done en masse, and many servicemen and first responders lose their career.
So if Pearl has an issue with that, I suggest she take that to her friend Rachel Wilson, who fought for her child in court to take the child away from the father, even though the father wanted to be involved in the child's life. And she went and said a bunch of lies in court to get custody. And you can see the back and forth with trying to get protection order, whatever it was. And eventually she gets custody of the kid, even though the father wanted to be involved. Father wanted to help raise the kid. Rachel's prior baby daddy, prior to Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson. And once she won that kid from the custody of the father that wanted to be in the kid's life, he wanted custody of that kid, That kid went on to pass away because under Rachel's custody, because the kid went and played with a delinquent that he was on play break with. Her own friend Rachel Wilson did exactly what she's talking about. Took custody of the son, and now the son's dead. Died at like 11 years old. Kid might still be alive today if the dad won. So if she really has such a problem with that, maybe she should look within herself. If you want receipts for that, by the way, it's in Tree of Logic's video. I'll show you. She makes a whole timeline of the history of the Wilsons because they lie a lot about it. And Abba and Preach actually cited this in one of their recent videos as well. So over here. It was cited in this video. And they pinned it right here.
What's up, traders? This is Tree from...
See, she has the entire timeline where she gets Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's sloppy wife, who cooks him sloppy meals that make him fat. She has 3 baby daddies, and she was not married to all of them. And she fought for the kid. And you can see it right here. And she's getting child support from him. As you can see right there, Tree did all the research. And Brian files for sole custody of his son, who is 5 years old. Brian files CPO against Rachel. Brian appeals the TPO that Rachel filed against him. Okay? So she's fighting to have the custody of the son and take him away from his dad so the dad can't be involved in his life. And it results, and her kid died in her custody that she took away from the dad. A preventable death. Kid died playing with a delinquent that he shouldn't have been playing with, that he was on play break with. So again, Pearl is so concerned about that. Maybe she should look at her own friend group.
Years over this because it strips a man's Second Amendment rights away based on no evidence. Men do not have the right to raise their children. Divorce is no fault, but when it comes to child custody, it's always the man's fault. He loses his children to the system. 96 hours a month the father does not make. Men have longer prison.
She admitted in court that she lied repeatedly. His second dad took a TPO against Rachel as well. It was granted. Yeah, Rachel's a history of in court with this stuff. So why doesn't she go to Rachel Wilson about that? Very interesting.
Sentences. Women get a third of the time for the same crime. Where are the feminists fighting for equality on that issue? There has been rampant discrimination against better qualified men in hiring across multiple industries. Men pay more child support, and child support orders are not enforced.
Hyperventilating. She's like, men.
The same rates between men and women. Women are more likely
women pay
not
child
to
support.
pay
Fascinating.
and are prosecuted for non-payment at lower rates. Men cannot opt out of parenthood. Men have very few domestic violence shelters and are not taken seriously when they're domestic violence victims.
I agree on that.
White men in particular are discriminated against when it comes to hiring and educational attainment.
True.
The Duluth model is a model that law enforcement, courts, and counselors use automatically that assumes men are the aggressor. The tender years doctrine is a guideline in divorce used to justify removing the father from the child's life. The only institutional sexism that exists is institutional sexism that discriminates against men in favor of women. Further,
If I read this paper a guy wrote for me, maybe I'll win the debate. I'm going to keep inhaling really hard because I'm going to keep saying whatever they told me to say.
Furthermore, U.S. courts do not require receipts to show how that money is spent by the custodial parent, unless there's overwhelming evidence of starvation, malnutrition, or severe child abuse. There are numerous reports of custodial
You want the
parents
government to
spending the
check
money
receipts
on
and
luxury.
see, like...
Let's let her respond to some of that.
Hold on, no, let's understand something. You want government to be so big that you literally have the government looking at receipts to see what a mother is spending the money on? That's insane.
I want no child support, no alimony, 50-50.
Yeah, because you're crazy and you don't live in reality.
I want equality. I'm more of a feminist than you, Anna.
She admits in the debate that she's a feminist. You guys think I'm exaggerating. She says she's a feminist. She says it right there. Straight from the horse's mouth. Okay? It's a saying, by the way. And I think Pearl is the same thing as the thing she hates. I think Pearl likes to point fingers at everyone else. It's like the red pill in general, they like to do this thing where it's like everyone I don't like is a feminist, and then they proceed to do the exact feminist tactics. And Pearl's a prime example of that. She does the same exact shit. She makes things up. Every time she's pressed on where she got information from, she has nothing to say. She chokes on stage. She's silent, cowering, tail tucked under her legs. And she neuters men by taking all of their responsibility away. She wants to do it for them. She wants to fight Anna Kasparian for them. Literally says she thought about physically fighting her because a man can't do it. Oh, you could do that with a man, but not with me. I can body you. Pearl wants to be the man. Pearl is exactly like a feminist. She is a crybaby. And I covered that in a video. It's literally called that, if you want to look into more examples. But I think this debate and how she's reacted to everything suffices.
Because I say if you want to vote, be in selective service. Be on the front lines just like the men are.
Who do you think gives birth to and raises those soldiers?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you assert that women shouldn't be allowed to vote because they're not all in mandatory military service.
I say be equal. You want to vote, do what the men do. Men are fined $125,000.
Should women be included in combat? Should women be included in combat?
Yes.
Okay.
Do what the men do.
Fair.
Do what the men do.
Yeah, fair.
See, Pearl wants to be the man. She wants to go to combat. She wants to go to war for men. She wants to fight their battles for them and emasculate them and do exactly what she accuses other women of doing.
Agreed. Next? Next? Nothing? Okay. I want to know what your ideal woman is.
Nothing.
Because if you are a traditional conservative woman who's married, staying at home, raising kids, you trash them.
There's no such thing as a traditional woman. They cannot be traditional in 2025 because women will always have the leverage.
What does that mean? What does it mean that women will always have the leverage?
That was definitely something she regurgitated that some other red pill guy said. It's like one of these sayings.
Women.
It's like an ism, a red pill ism, if you will.
Have child support to fall back on. Women have alimony. So automatically
10% of divorces end with alimony settlements.
And
10%.
And they go.
You just ignore the stats.
They go
just move
from
on.
men to women. They go from men to women. Billions of dollars every year.
I thought you said earlier that women are paying alimony.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women.
Mm-hmm. Based on what? Where are you getting that information from? You're just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end. You didn't want to submit.
Spoiler alert, she never gets into it at the end.
Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You did.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl, the main thing I want
She looks sad.
people to understand.
Let me rewind that.
Pull it up. Pearl.
She looks like a child who just got in trouble, doesn't she?
The main thing I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna try.
Even she's like doing this face. She's like, oh, that hurt. Ooh. Mad, thank you for the 100 DKK dollars. Pearl is controlled off. She doesn't even know it. She deserves to be pick me woman in the Manosphere universe to placate far right unironic incel. She's female Nick Fuentes. Well, they do get along. Maybe they could have a nice little lavender marriage, you know. And Joshua Williams, 1055, $5. Pearl has no depth. Yes, exactly. Thank you. The word from our stream sponsor.
Trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
She does.
I don't tell men what to do. Sell me on.
No, you just fight all their fights for them and try to be a man.
You
Okay,
advise
Anna,
men to avoid marriage.
Sell me on marriage. What do men get out of marriage?
That's sad. It's sad that people think that. It really is. You get a partner, you get a teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful.
By the way, I just want to point out that earlier Pearl was saying like, oh, women should like enter combat. She wants to enter combat and like fight for men for equality, whatever. Pearl wouldn't. She said she wanted to body Anna Kasparian physically. She thought about doing it and she wanted to do it, but she didn't because she was scared of the police. Coward. Why would you say in the first place? Like, that's what's stopping everyone ever from anything breaking the law. It's the police. So anyway, it's like, if you wouldn't even fight her and you're having a backpedal on it on Twitter, how you're telling me you're gonna go to war and fight? Get the fuck out of here.
I feel like misery loves.
Hold on, I'm gonna rewind it. Esoteric Kaif. Did you mean to say knife or is it esoteric Kaif? $2. Does Pearl apply her makeup with a hammer? Yeah, she does it clavicular style.
You get it.
But she's man-maxing.
Teammate, you get to build a life together, and it's beautiful. I feel like misery loves company.
She's Sasquatch maxing.
I feel like misery loves company in this situation.
Still silent.
And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't?
She looks like she's about to cry, doesn't she?
And how would you know what you get out of marriage if you haven't experienced marriage in the first place? I'm not saying that
Literally, it looks like a tear is about to roll out of her eye.
as a personal attack. I really hope that Pearl meets the love of her life and gets married. It's not about that. But you trash it without really understanding what the benefits are.
Why do we have phrases like it's cheaper to keep her?
Pearl,
Answer the question.
divorce is expensive. And by the way, on purpose, to discourage people from getting divorced in the first place.
Pearl literally just said, why does this saying exist? I'm Pick Me Pearl. Why does this saying exist? Anna, you need to tell me why this exists. Can you argue for me? Anna, you need to argue for me and carry this. That is not what you don't expect your opponent to make the argument for you like that. Like, they're gonna be like, yes, Pearl, that saying exists actually because of everything that you're saying. Like, is that what you expected?
Why do we have phrases like happy wife, happy life?
Because it's true. Same with happy husband, happy life. I don't want to come home to an angry husband.
But that's not a phrase.
Do you have any
is
other
it?
like catchphrase or slogan you want to throw at me?
What do men get out of marriage?
They get a partner.
That gains
Pearl's like asking riddles at this point.
25 pounds in the first 5 years.
Men get pretty fat too. I don't know if you've done a
She is laughing, but Pearl has been fat like her entire career.
fat too. I don't know if you've done a comparative analysis on that. They actually end up gaining more weight than their wives do. And who cares?
Look at the defeat. She's like, actually, I looked into it. Men get fat, and Pearl's like, oh, like she at this point, it's like if you had someone on the ground, they're just like taking the beating. They're just like, oh, please just let it be over soon. Oh, not another felt.
Men.
I mean, have a conversation with your partner. Encourage her.
How
Be
can
an adult.
How can men and women be equal?
Especially if she's giving you
How can men
children.
and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes
Yeah, but
from.
men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10%, and they cause so
So
many
what?
problems.
Who cares
Can we go back
what
to
percentage
riddles?
women make up of the police force?
Yeah,
They're in
but
the
they
police
can't-
force.
they
My
can't-
sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet
see my
everywhere of
sister-in-law.
women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
Shakes
Pearl,
her
what are you
head,
doing?
yes.
Like, seriously. Next question.
How did she not have something to say to that? That's not even hard. That shouldn't be hard for her to respond to. How did she just like crumble like that? Dan Holland, £5 super chat. Every time Pearl looks at the crowd, she has the look of anyone want to shout something out. I'm dying here, help me. Yeah, she like looks to the audience for help. just making things up? Maybe. Look at Anna's face. Hold on, I'm gonna move my camera so you can see the bigger camera there. Look at Anna's face. Sternly look at Pearl. Be honest. Are you just making things up? Pearl's like, shit, she found me out. Anna's giving her a swirly here. Yeah. This is such a good freeze frame, too. There's so many golden ones, really. I could keep it here, but I don't know which one's better. Maybe I'll move it.
Do you realize how
Such a funny clip. Hold on.
Next question.
Moderator swipes on his pad.
Do you realize how good you have it in this country?
Absolutely. Best country in the world.
And you get the life to live the life you live at the expense of men.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
Show me how.
Do you know how many men die every year? Just to
Pearl doesn't know how many men die every year. Let's be real. She doesn't even know. She's gonna ask Anna if she knows. At this point, she's genuinely asking, like, Anna, do you know how many men die every year? No, seriously, I want to know because I don't. Like, that's where we're at. She actually just wants to know,
there are men that
for
die
Anna
every
to tell
year
her.
to get you crab.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal mortality rate of any developed country, so a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
Are you gonna cry? You gonna piss your pants? You gonna piss your sheets?
This is painful, man.
I'm clutching my pearls here watching this. And I've seen this like 3 times. Have you ever seen such a brutal silence? I genuinely think this is like something that needs to be taught in schools. Like, this clip needs to be played for people who are learning how to present things, or like in debate class. They need to literally show them this as a case study of what not to do and how brutal silence can be. VD, thank you for the $2. At least Pearl gets a swirly. Her hair's washed. It'll be the cleanest it's ever been. Esoteric, thank you for the $5. Pearl thinks she's on a game show. Would you like to phone a friend? Would you like to ask the audience for help? She thinks that she can ask Anna for help too, apparently. She wants her to carry the whole debate. I need my emotional support soap.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
All right.
I think Pearl needs emotional support soap from Reidstreet soap. Probably Frosty Bimbo.
Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I
She's so
ask a couple
fucking
questions?
stupid.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, let's just jump in here. So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one.
And this isn't just me just saying she's like, we're all watching the same debate here, right? Like, what if Pearl is not stupid, then what would a stupid person do in this scenario? What would they have done? I'm gonna be honest. I think if you literally had like a 90 IQ retard on stage, they would have done better. Because at least they would have probably made the audience like feel less awkward. They probably would have said something like kind of funny or like endearing. $1.99 super chat from Taylor Evans. This is a Parks and Rec episode. Thank you for this. Yeah, I know. Apparently Pearl got paid to do this, by the way. Just so you guys know. I just want you guys to know that she says on her stream that the pay was good. She makes a comment about that in passing when I was watching through. I didn't get a chance to watch through all of her stream. I only got a chance to watch through the part before she adds her sugar baby to the panel and her like other black guy. $2 from VD. Still Salty got banned and told to kiss her butt. Well, you know what? You wouldn't want to do that unless she washes it with Reidstreet soap. Let's get a better angle at that. Frosty Bimbo.
I'll ask you one, and we'll kind of go back and forth. I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a
Oh, by the way, this entire time it's been on 1.25 speed. So all those silences you've been hearing, it was actually worse than that. It was actually worse than how I'm presenting it. I just want you guys to know that. It was sped up. In fact, let me rewind it. Let's see how bad it actually is when it's just played normal speed.
Mortality rate of any
Right here. Okay, let's play at normal speed.
developed country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
You just see the counter going down.
This is painful, man. Do you have any other questions for me?
Not right now.
That's actually how long it was. I was being charitable by speeding it up. So that's what the audience was subject to, that long pause. Just a bunch of those. All the other pauses were like that too, by the way.
All right. Should I move on? Like, what are we doing now?
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Even the moderators shook.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just jump in here.
Yeah. Anna, honestly, she's being so charitable. She should have, if it were me, I would have let Pearl hang out a little longer to dry. I would have let her dangle a little more.
So why don't we do this? I'll ask you one, and then I'll ask you one. And we'll
I would have
kinda go
felt
back and
real
forth.
comfortable in that awkward silence.
I kind of half jokingly said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you
Should I make my
consider
Pearl
yourself?
$2 from Eliza Blue's stinky ass? Should I make my account Pearl theme now? Go for it. Esoterics Kaif Sky. I can't with your name. How dumb do you have to be to lose a debate to Anna? That's the thing. She's like actually sounding reasonable in this debate. Cause I haven't watched like a ton of the Young Turks. I've seen a lot like the highlights over the years, right? And when it would occasionally go viral and everything. And I saw that clip of Anna doing like the Semitic face or whatever. But like now I'm watching this, I'm like, huh, she seems a lot more reasonable than I thought. Like Pearl, in contrast, makes Anna seem like the most reasonable person ever. It's crazy. And this is not just me feeling this way. Everyone watching sees it. And regardless of where you are politically, you're just watching this and you're like, you feel the hits that Pearl's getting. You're like, ooh. It's like someone getting punched in the face. You kind of like look away for a second. You're like, ooh. Ooh. $4.99 from Overlook. Can I use EBT to pay for the soap? No. Okay.
To be a feminist, and how would you define that?
Oh yeah, let me rewind it a little bit. Sorry.
You said at the beginning, like Pearl had mentioned, I think you actually said it here too, that you believe you may be more of a feminist. Do you consider yourself to be a feminist, and how would you define that?
I don't
No. Anna Kasparian was prepared. She did her preparation for this debate. She watched my video. Okay.
consider myself to be a feminist mainly because it's a loaded word and there are certain outcomes from certain waves of feminism that I don't agree with, particularly minimizing the importance of men in society. I do think that there is, especially the third wave of feminism that's done that. I personally really value masculine men, and I don't appreciate feminists speaking on behalf of all women in regard to what women prefer. I think the Me Too movement started off as a
Feminism has allowed me to burp freely. Thank you.
legitimate grievance with women who were legitimately abused, and it devolved into something laughable and ridiculous, especially when
Anna's nose job looks good. Let's be real. Esoteric. Nobody would have known. No, she could have got by with it. $2 from Jose. Is her man-child going to intervene for her honor? No, her sugar baby loves felting Pearl. He would join in on it. He would just talk about how women suck and then proceed to describe everything about Pearl. That's
You
what
know,
would
someone
happen.
like Aziz Ansari gets accused of being like some sort of sexual predator when he clearly wasn't. So I just don't like how loaded that word is. What I actually genuinely want is equality among the sexes. I'm not looking for women to have an upper hand over men at all. But we need to be based in reality, and we need to look at the statistics and figure out what's really going on. If men are getting a raw deal as a result of divorces,
I'm gonna speed up a
then
little
yeah,
bit
the
again.
laws need to change. And I genuinely thought prior to this debate that they were getting the raw end of the deal. But as I researched this, I realized I was believing in outdated myths. So, yeah.
Pearl, let me ask you this. Do you believe
I felt very similar. Similarly, when I did my Pearl video, I thought there was more truth to what she would say than there actually was when I was researching.
and obviously you are citing a lot of anecdotal stories. I do think it's fair to point out every anecdotal story is someone's story, right? So
Like, for example, how men only file for custody, it was like 8% of the time. The statistic that Anna Kasparian cited earlier in the debate, like that one. I remember coming across that. It's a while ago, so it's a little bit foggy in my memory. But again, you guys can, if you always want to brush up on notes, you can always watch the whole video where I go over it.
not fake stories, and they're not meaningless. Obviously, the people who live those realities, in a lot of cases, are very painful. Because of your platform, you speak to a lot of those people. How much is that informing where you're coming from in this debate? Is the real stories of people who have been hurt by this stuff?
I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. I interviewed a guy who had his kid transitioned and there was nothing he could do about it.
It was Elon Musk. $2 from Cigarette. I would legit pay to see Pearl get a swirly. Okay. $9.99 from Pepe Lag. Start a live show with Shu and be a female casino. Which one of us would be PPP and which one of us would be Andy? I feel like I would be the PPP, but I'm not sure. Junior Toxicity, $5 super chat. Pearl's horrible performance is giving me weird flashbacks of watching awkward speeches in high school in public speaking class. This is way worse than anything I've ever seen in real life. And it's not even close.
I interviewed another guy, he spent $300,000 trying to get his kid back. He actually went overseas to Ukraine during the war, just trying to be in his kid's life. So yeah, it impacts it a lot. Yeah, I've interviewed.
Again, she really needs to look at her friend Rachel Wilson, who took her kid away from her baby daddy and was lying in court to get said kid and going back and forth, and the kid dying in her custody. She really should talk to her friend about that. She's so concerned if she's so convicted about it, because I don't believe her. I don't believe Pearl is convicted in anything. I think she just says like whatever and parrots whatever that she feels is going to get her the attention that she wants. As her own sugar baby said, women's currency is attention. And I say sugar baby not because, by the way, again, I really want to emphasize that, like I did in the video, that it's not the disparity, it's the fact that he openly degrades her and humiliates her, felt her in public on a regular basis, talking about how his ex's ass is so sexy, all these women's asses, has a whole public forum in a voice call with Pearl in it where he's like rating asses, talking about other people's asses. He's talking about getting things from women, how the women he dates needs to make a lot of money to pay for him. Like, he just openly does this. He openly disrespects her all the time. It's in the video. Sexy Beast, $5. How sad is it that Pearl's entire career is about the subject she is debating, while Anna probably spent a couple of days looking at Pearl's positions and countered them with minimal effort? I know. That's why I'm saying this debate is career ruining. How can you listen to anything she has nothing? How can you listen to her? All she does is lie. When she's pressed on anything, she cowers up in silence, and then afterwards she's like, hold me back, let me at her, hold me back. I would have bodied her with my Sasquatch stance. I would have Sasquatched her. I'm Pick Me Pearl. I would have Sasquatched her and fought men's battles for them.
So many men that want nothing more than to just be a dad and see their kid. They don't even care about the money. They just want to see their children. And if you ask Anna, it doesn't exist, but if you ask any man, like everybody knows somebody that it's happened to. And commentators can, they can try to minimize it. They can talk from their ivory towers and pretend it's not happening, but there's a genocide.
She's in the ivory tower at the tippy top. Like I said, she blocks everyone. She runs. This is the reason she did so bad here, is because the only debate she's ever willing to do is when it's in her control, where she can spam mute someone like she did to Lila about the porn debate.
Of millions of men that's going on in this country.
You use the
A
word-
genocide?
I was gonna say,
1.6 million men commit suicide, have committed suicide since 1970.
Similar rates of women also attempt suicide but fail because they usually don't resort to more violent means of ending their own lives.
Right,
So they'll
but
take
why,
pills.
But why is it that every time we bring up men, you have to bring up women?
Because we're doing a comparative analysis here. You can't just throw out statistics without comparing it to what the rates are among women.
What I'm pointing out is, I just pointed out that by 2050, more men will have committed suicide than all of the world wars combined. And your first response was, well, women commit suicide too.
Because it is a problem that is inflicting both sexes in this country. It is a tragedy and should be taken seriously, rather than this weird sex war.
But it's not.
And Anna is right. Pearl is very divisive. She wants to have everyone fighting against each other, men and women. And she's constantly going to guys being like, oh, well, marriage isn't worth it anymore. Why? Tell me. And then she goes to women, why should men marry? It's not worth it for them anymore. And it's like, you are so divisive. She just promotes this evil. She wants to divide people and make sure that they don't get married so they're miserable like her. And that's why she took the stance she did with the Grok AI thing, is because she so desperately wants someone to take off her clothes, really. That's what it is. It always comes back to her self-esteem, self-admittedly, being very low. And, well, I will say, when she called herself mid, she was kind of flattering herself. But that aside, I think you see what I mean. We have a long history with Pearl. Lots of evidence to support this. Lots of videos. Actual Justice Warrior, $10 super chat. When I heard about this debate, I knew, let me drag this over. I knew my literal bestie Anna needed the most important facts, so I sent over your video with the time codes for the color theory stuff, and I thought it was crucial info. Yeah, that was the most important part. As you can see, Pearl has been trying to listen to my advice. She tries to wear better colors. She's wearing the black, or yeah, it's black, further away from her face. She tries to apply it, but she's falling apart while she walks over in her Sasquatch stance to push women around who don't agree with her or whatever.
Going to be taken seriously when you pretend it's not going on.
It is going on. Are you kidding me? I mean, how many of our soldiers, our veterans, come back to the United States after multiple deployments, do not get treatment or help with PTSD and other mental issues as a result of being deployed multiple times?
Right.
Like, that's a real problem. How come you don't talk about that?
Yeah, but
you
they
blame
come,
it on marriage and divorce
home,
instead.
Right, because those soldiers come home to an empty house.
You think that divorce is the reason for most of these suicides?
Men are 9 times more likely to commit suicide after
How many
a
more
divorce.
times likely are women to commit suicide after a divorce?
What about the women?
You don't know the number,
What
right?
about-
Because you
what
didn't even
about-
care to look into it.
What about the women, though? That's always what you go to. And that's kind of what I'm trying to point out is feminists don't care about male issues. They don't. They do not care about equality. Because whenever you ask them for real equality,
Pearl, my point is that suicide is not just a male issue. It is a huge problem in this country. Women who try to end their own lives are less successful because, again, they're less likely to use a gun, for instance, or hang themselves.
She's so frumpy. I'm sorry, it's distracting. She's frumpy.
They'll take pills, it'll fail. It's just a tragic thing all around.
Why is she wearing an outfit that makes her look like a rectangle? It's emphasizing her rectangular build.
But if you actually care about suicide rates, then you would...
It looks, okay, tell me if I'm wrong here, okay? Tell me if my analysis is wrong, okay? I'm open to being wrong. Why does it look like she's on stilts? Right? Long legs are supposed to be an attractive feature that you're supposed to show off. But somehow she managed to make it look like she's an egg on stilts. She's an egg on 2 pencils. with a curtain on top.
Want to know what's causing the suicide rates or the attempts at suicide?
Divorce.
What can we do as a society to help people to prevent that from happening? And you wouldn't make it specifically and solely an issue that inflicts one sex over the other.
Yeah, she's very divisive in her framing. Anna's correct. That's always her intention. Because guess what, guys? It makes her money. It makes Pearl money, and it gets her attention to make men more angry. She presses on that wound, that pain point. She presses on it, and that's how she gets these guys are so... Okay, I understand everyone throws the word simp around these days, but you have to understand how hard up of a simp you have to be, that after watching this debate, okay, we're gonna finish it, but this is most of it. We've witnessed most of it, like 80% of it at this point. People were still tweeting at her like she won. Like, are we watching the same debate where Pearl cowers and shuts down and tries to act like she's internet tough gal afterwards, and then has to backtrack that too? Do you know how delusional you have to be? Her audience, you know, how many people were watching her? It was like 600 people were watching her last night. She has 2 million subscribers. She had Andrew Tate promotion in his prime. And she's pulling 600, right? With 2 million subscribers? With her daddy's money? Her dad was shelling out money. She was on her dad's card. Her rich father's card that she's bragging about her getting a street named after her. Okay? She had a whole production crew. She had a bunch of black guys doing labor for her, okay? She had it, if anybody had it like a head start in life, it was her. And she still couldn't make it work. She still couldn't make the business profitable. And then she got demonetized. And she's still not able to do anything. She's still not able to pull for her weight. And now she was forced to downsize because daddy's money dried up. He probably said, I'm done spending money here. And now she has a sugar baby to take care of that openly uses her for her money and openly degrades her in Twitter spaces, literally as a job.
Again,
She's in the ivory
you're
tower.
just proving my point, because we talk about male issues, you keep bringing it back to the women.
I just want you to compare the stats you're spewing right now with something to compare it to.
Okay. Do you think that women should be on the front lines of the military like the men?
If they can pass the physical test necessary to do so,
think,
yeah.
Do you think women should be in selective service like the men?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and they should be on the front lines as infantrymen?
If they are physically capable of doing it, yes.
Okay, so no.
So you want to put people who aren't physically I mean, obese men wouldn't be put on the front lines.
I like how Pearl thinks she can laugh her way out of things. She's done it a lot throughout this debate. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but every time she wants to get out of something, she starts fake laughing at it. And it's really cringy.
Do you think women should be jailed for false accusations?
Depends on what the false accusations are. If
Just
she's
yes or
falsely
no?
accusing someone of rape, for
Just
instance,
or no?
yes.
Just okay. Thank you. I agree. Do you think that women,
But yeah, like, do you understand how bad it has to be, how hard up you have to be to simp for Pearl? Do you understand how bad it is? Like, you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe hoflation is really bad. I don't know. After witnessing this debate, and she still has simps, even after her dad paying for everything, promoting everything for her, and she still fails, she's still not profitable. Now she's still struggling. She has to constantly spam content, and she's still struggling. Guys, like, I make content. I work very hard on the content I do make in terms of like the longer video stuff, when I have one in the works right now, which is why I haven't been streaming. It takes up all of my time. I've been working nonstop for like 2 weeks now. And that's because that's my style. I do like a lot of evergreen too. But, you know, Pearl's over here like spamming Every day, videos, like 10 different fucking videos, cutting things up. She cut this debate up to try to make it look like she did good after she claims she gracefully is taking the L. Okay, and she's still not able to pull her weight. And her simps are still defending her after this debate. They are still defending her, saying, you did good, Pearl. You just got, rewind the stream. Go back to when I was scrolling. All those people she was retweeting that were her fueling her copium. She was huffing that shit like a crackhead. $20 from the quartering. The only reasonable answer is that Pearl has a humiliation fetish and that her simps are just delusional. She has something wrong with her. I really do. I'm going with the theory that she needs a lavender marriage. I think she's like a repressed lesbian. That because I'm not just saying it. I'm not just saying to say it. I genuinely am using critical thinking skills here because I'm thinking back to when she had her friend that she was friends with for however many years. It was like 15 years or something. Really long-term childhood friend, right? Like 15, 20-year friendship. And they broke up. Her friend goes on and talks about it and says how Pearl used to obsessively research about how to get a husband or whatever. Like total femcel shit. And, you know, I would know what total femcel shit is. I've been around a long time, okay? And I know the behaviors. And I have to say, when you have your best friend and you seem like jealous of her, and then all this other stuff, and she's very like butchy, and she can't dress herself, she can't dress feminine. Pearl literally can't dress feminine to save her life. She can't wear something flattering to save her own life. Gun points ahead, she couldn't do it. She couldn't. She would, if she were in that scenario, she would talk about how she's gonna body someone instead. You know, she would just be the man. She would act like the man. So I think with a combination of her history with her former best friend that was talking about how she was so jealous of her, basically having to do all this research, being like, how do you get a husband? Da, 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 da. I think it's because she was jealous of the friend. Maybe she had a little crush on her, and then she. Also, her philosophy supports this. Her philosophy supports her being into women. It's like a repression thing. That's why she has to constantly lash out at them. So, I think she's a lesbian, or at least bisexual. And I think she is having these weird takes and reactions because of that. And I know I'm not the only one who sees it. $5 from Newton Country. Thank you. Interestingly, Pearl chose to style her hair with using a spatula. Unique look.
That child custody should be 50-50.
As long as the court determines that both parents are capable of being caretakers, yes. In fact, that's the ideal situation.
Okay, so yes.
Yes.
All right, do you believe in alimony?
I believe in alimony in specific cases where the woman decided to forego having a career and working, decided to stay home and raise the kids. In those cases, I believe she deserves alimony, yes.
But that's a privilege.
You're ridiculous.
Anyway,
next, move on.
You said it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous,
that it's a privilege
especially,
to stay home with your
coming from a girl who grew up in an affluent situation with incredibly wealthy parents. You don't know anything about struggling economically or financially. So to tell a single mother who decided to stay home and raise her children instead of work that she doesn't deserve a penny to raise her kids after a divorce is the most privileged piece of shit thing to say.
And she flung her privilege back at her because at the beginning of the debate, that's what Pearl was doing. She was like, "You're privileged." So good. I'm glad that Anna flung it back at her. Put her in her place. How many felts are we at? How many times? I'm going to take a guess. It's got to be like 35 by now, right?
Next. This is the type of nagging that drives men to suicide.
Good. But I'm married and you're not.
Oh, now she's joking about male suicide. I thought it's such a serious topic. I thought Anna's not taking seriously, and here's Pearl's scary laughter. This looks like it's a horror image. Looks like the trailer of a horror movie here. Looks like a mask is on her face. We're at 42 felts. Oh my God.
So, next.
Jesus Christ. I get it.
She would be a terrible comedian.
A little harder to debate someone who's not an OnlyFans girl, right?
She said, you're out of your league.
Never. I don't need to. Not that I'm judging.
BM $10. You got this, Pearl. You're the man. That's what I'm gonna yell if I'm in the audience. Let's see. There's one oh yeah. Esoteric $2 through chest. Screenshot this. Pearl will eventually make an OF. I think her sugar baby would be for it, considering his past tweets interacting with OF girls, how he did while he's like with her, and what he says about it, how they need to make a lot of money to date him. You know, if you want a Dominican of your own, apparently. Okay.
It's why isn't paternity fraud illegal?
We've been
That long pause of just like Anna inhaling, like of her asking, why isn't paternity fraud illegal? Like as if she's a lawmaker or something. Like I said, she's genuinely asking Anna these questions because she just wants to know it. She didn't have time to Google before the debate, and she wants to know this already.
It's estimated 6% of men are fathering children that are not theirs.
I don't really believe your stats. Like, where are you getting that
American Blood
stat
Bank
from?
Association. Are you happy?
Okay,
1/3 of
that's
paternity
wrong. And
tests.
yeah, there should be consequences for that.
But there aren't.
Okay.
But there aren't. Where
And there
have the
should be. So
feminists
we agree
been?
on that. Next.
Right? You can agree, but you haven't covered it. And that's my point, is you guys don't care about equality. You want freedom at the expense of men.
Okay, sure. Next.
Do you think that men should have the right to opt out of fatherhood, since women have the right to opt out of motherhood?
No.
I
Put a condom on. You don't want to have children, put a condom on.
or require him to wear a condom. That's equal.
Yeah.
That choice is equally irresponsible.
He's the one with the Johnson. He gets to decide what he does with it.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure. Go great.
Straight from the horse's mouth. Again, YouTube, that's a saying. I'm a feminist. Literally, that's what she said. Take her for her word. Take her for her word. Take it at face value. Pearl does every feminist tactic that she hates, that the red pill manosphere hates, actually. She acts exactly like them while pointing fingers. Everyone's a male feminist but me. She literally is a crybaby.
Congratulations.
Self-felt. Yeah. We have, okay, yes. Self-felts count. That counts.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
And by the way, again, I have this on 1.25 speed. So let's rewind that. Let's see how painful it really is.
Great. Congratulations.
I think I'm more of a feminist than you.
Sure. Go great. Congratulations.
Congratulations on the self-felt. Silence. Just really taking it in.
This is the longest 30 minutes of my life.
The moderator's just
I'm going to
staring at
interject
Pearl.
again, if I can.
All right.
No, I was kidding. So, one thing that I do think is happening.
$4.99 super chat from Filthy Robbie. It's driving me nuts. She's referencing no fault divorce penalties for not payments. of child support, etc., as if every state has the same laws. Yeah, that's true.
Is that there is a shift that is taking place in America, and I think you both have alluded to this a little bit. And so I'll ask
Pearl's frozen.
Anna first if you would agree with this. Because you said that going into this debate, you thought a lot of these things were true.
Right.
And you started to see that maybe these things were not as true as you had believed. Do you believe that your previous belief was informed by nonsense, or the fact that states and legislatures and courts are changing what they're doing?
By the way, with the moderator having to take the reins here, because Pearl's just doing so bad that she needs to be given an escape rope, isn't that kind of ironic? Isn't it funny how Pearl's all about how women shouldn't be accommodated or given anything, but she sure needed a lot of help in this debate, didn't she? And they're constantly accommodating her, pausing, trying to make it less awkward. Anna's even being charitable and trying to ask next question to make the awkward spaces filled up. So it's pretty interesting coming from a self-proclaimed feminist Pearl Davis about equality. She's lay egalitarian, but she needs all this help that she hates, and she thinks it should be equal, right?
The
That
last
she
few years
argues
in terms
for.
of alimony and parental time and that kind of thing.
I think that with more women participating in the workforce, it's hard to argue that, women should get paid alimony.
And by the way, really funny that she should need all these accommodations during the debate, and her constantly being given the escape rope and accommodated for, and she's like out here saying she's gonna fight for men. She's gonna go to war for men. She's gonna body Anna Kasparian for men because men can't do it. She's gonna fight their battles for them. She can't even help herself.
When they have their own income. So yeah, I think that the culture has changed, the workforce has changed, and as a result of that, the courts weigh whether or not something like alimony makes sense. And look, much like Pearl, I had heard the horror stories, and I was basing much of my worldview on situations like this based on anecdotes, basically. And so when you look at the statistics and the broader picture, you have a clearer idea of what's actually happening in the aftermath of a divorce.
The moderator has the right to intervene. He has to make sure debate flows and is worth watching. Yeah, I understand that, but Pearl did so badly that the moderator had to intervene because there was just like 20 seconds of silence at a time, multiple times. Like, she just did that badly. So yes, for someone who doesn't believe in any accommodations for women, she sure is taking a lot of them. Like a charitable amount is my point. Sexy Beast, $5. Anna really hit it on the head with the misery-loving company. Pearl giving advice that guarantees loneliness. Yes, she does, absolutely. Pearl is anti-marriage. Make no mistake about it. She gives guarantees loneliness and misery with her audience. And she profits off of it because then she can make more money. She can hit that pain point and make more money. I guess they will keep paying her like simps to be miserable. What do you think about Anna's rightward shift? I mean, she seems more reasonable than Pearl as I'm watching this. She seems to actually research what she's talking about. 15 predator dollars. What's that swirly thing? I don't remember what currency that is. Is your cat asleep? Can we see him? You're nosy. I love animals and your Pitbull video. Will you make more animal videos? Kik seems to love my Pitbull segments, so I'll probably do another one on there. I've been streaming on Kik sometimes. And me Onion Leia says $5 super chat. Hail Brittler. Thank you.
Would you be willing to concede at least that maybe some of the reasons some of these things are shifting is because of people like Pearl and others who are drawing attention to these stories? Because I think we could all agree that until recently, a lot of those stories were just stories you'd hear from other people, and it was not allowed in media at all. It was not discussed. Would you at least concede that?
I'm sure that there are advocates who have fought to maybe change the way these court cases play out, sure. I don't know about Pearl, though.
I understand. We're in debates. You can't give too much credit. Pearl, in your experience, the men that you talk to, do you see a difference in terms of the age of those men, where maybe it's getting better for some, because I would take it that some of the guys who are a little older and have been through this in the past, the courts are starting to recognize and realize that maybe it's not very fair?
No.
No?
No.
Why, and why do you believe that? You think the courts are completely
I mean,
oblivious
there's men that write into my show every day just talking about how much they want to be fathers. So I hope it changes, but right now I would say no.
Do you think it's fair that all of the young women who were preyed upon as minors by Jeffrey Epstein are now experiencing yet another administration engaging in a cover-up? Or was it the female's fault for being preyed upon by a disgusting pedophile?
Pearl does have a long history of always making it the woman's fault.
I'm just
Again,
curious.
she likes to take the responsibility off of men and emasculate them.
Yes.
What kind of question is that?
I think it's a pretty straightforward one.
That has nothing to do with the topic.
No, it does, though, because you're talking about the unfairness of our court system, especially as it pertains to divorces.
I'm just looking at their posture right now. That's what's distracting me. And I'm just noticing that, here, let me move my camera. So Pearl's posture is, she's kind of like, okay, listen. Before someone comes at me and is like rewinding the stream for like when I'm like a little bit forward like that, okay, I have good reason to be, unlike Pearl, okay? I have an excuse, and I still have pretty good posture most of the time, okay? Pearl has nothing pulling her forward, and she still has a gorilla stance. Versus, like, Anna, she looks like she's being pulled by invisible string. She has good posture. She's like, yes. You know, she's very, like, prideful in her posture, and Pearl's just, like, slumping over, like, yeah, I'm Pearl. Ugh.
But we're talking about a guy who got a
It's like the hair thing. It's like, okay, listen, you guys want to look at my hair right now and be like, oh, it's frizzy, whatever. Okay, but my hair is very high maintenance, okay? Her hair is like no maintenance. It's shoulder length, and she has thin hair. It takes like 2 seconds to fix. It takes 2 seconds to put dry shampoo. It takes 2 seconds to wash and blow dry it, and it comes out consistently good. Curly hair has a mind of its own. It does what it feels like that day, and you kind of got to go with it.
Sweetheart deal after raping minor girls. And then even after that, multiple administrations, Democrat, Republican, doesn't matter, engaged in a cover-up, ensuring that those victims would never get justice.
And this has to do with this.
I mean, you want to talk about the unfairness in the court system and how terrible it is for men. What about how terrible it is for women?
That has nothing to do with anything.
It has a lot to do
I think
with
in
what we're
fairness, you
talking
got to admit that's an anecdote too in comparison to the overall statistics.
It's a pretty big anecdote.
He's a big anecdote, but he's also an untouchable anecdote, right? He's
I don't
a little
think it's
different than
untouchable.
most.
So tell me why the moderator is debating Anna here. I get the moderator's supposed to come in occasionally, keep things somewhat in order so it's watchable and people aren't screaming over each other and you can't hear what they're saying. Okay, but why is he just like debating Anna here? Like, it's to the point where the moderator is having to do Pearl's job. Look at Pearl making a man do her job for her. Miss I want to save men and fight for them, making a man have to do her work for her. She's not doing a very good job. She's not a very good pick-me, if you ask me.
I think it's
than most
super
people.
touchable.
So let's go back to, actually, hold on. We got 10 seconds, so we won't hold on. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to take a break. We're going to come off of the stage, and then we're going to actually go up to the analysts and get their take on this first 30 minutes, all right?
Sounds
Take it away,
good.
Sam. Good job.
I'm going to fast forward through this to when they come back.
Oh, it's not reality.
He wants him to.
Gotta make 6 figures. Gotta make 7 figures. They're
I
never
do
like,
those
I like a guy
interviews.
with a good sense of humor.
I do those interviews. You want to know?
All
what?
right, all
They're
right.
cherry picks.
Great
What's
debate,
going on?
great debate.
I
Let's
know.
send it back to Ben.
Honestly, I feel like that was better than the debate because Pearl just got brutalized. She got like her face dragged through the soil versus like that was like a funny little back and forth. Like maybe we should have watched that too. You know, Pearl doesn't have the fight in her. She doesn't have that dog in her. So it's like it makes it a little bit less fun. Yeah, it's funny to watch her whimper, but you know, she's just like standing there cowardly.
That's the way it should always come back. A little pyro. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back. We have about 15 more minutes.
Oh, $4.99 from Filthy Robbie 3215. Also love how Pearls references women in general as they. Wouldn't it be we? Not beating the Pearls got a donger allegations today. Yeah, because she has, I think, a lot of self-esteem issues, as we've seen, self-admittedly from her, and I think that plays a part in that. She says she has no hate in her heart on her stream, but I doubt.
Pick up our open debate. Pearl, I'll let you begin.
What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
Okay, I'm going to pause it there. Literally, what is that question? What's your plan when men stop going to work? What's your plan when people want to stop getting paid for their jobs? Well, then they don't get paid for their jobs, and they will be broke or have to get a different job.
Please, you can hold your mic.
Sorry, I'll say it again.
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig.
They're not doing it for free. She's acting like they're doing it for free. They're getting paid to do this. They do it for the money.
Yeah, those are dominated by men. They have the physical capacity to do it. Men and women are built differently.
What's your plan when they stop?
I don't get it. So what is Pearl's idea here? Is it that, like, I'm sorry to do like the Destiny facepalm thing, but like what is her angle here? I'm genuinely asking, what is her angle here? She's saying guys are going to stop going to the oil rig because they don't get pussy? Is that the insinuation? Guys are going to stop being loggers because women in society nag too much? Like, they're going to stop going to work and getting paid because they hate women? Because they don't want to be around women? Because all men in the world that do hard jobs are suddenly gay? I really don't get what the point in that question is. Like, they don't need food? They don't need to pay their rent? What are women gonna do when men stop needing to pay your rent? Fuck if I know, right?
I mean, we're going to have a problem. Are you suggesting that women should be forced to work on oil rigs and things like that?
What is your plan?
Like, what would her plan be if women stopped taking care of children? Or, like, if women stopped, which I know it's like, oh, well, they go to the workforce too right now. But it's like, okay, what if they stop being nurses? Like, I just don't, what's the angle?
What do men get out of doing those jobs?
I don't have a plan.
Women are going to start, like, what? Like, giving men big bruises when they inject the needle? Nurses already fucking do that. But, like, they're going to stop saving lives because they're tired of men's shit? Like, what's the argument? Men build everything? But so she's saying they're going to stop because women lay nag? I don't get it. Genuinely, I don't understand what that question was angling toward. You can really see how huge Pearl is on stage. Honestly, the podium position works to her benefit because she was like towering over the moderator. And it really isn't just her height. It's the gorilla stance. I'm telling you guys, it's her frumpy aura, her frumpy energy. Deranged Lunatic, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. I'd like to see you debate Pearl. Well, you can like to all you want. She had me blocked and then lied about me and posted the fake image of me saying it was me in her catfish competition. You really think she's interested in speaking to me? She blocks everyone. Like, I'm sorry, but you're in dream world. The only way she will debate people, especially after this, oh my god, the only way she debates people is when she has them call into her show where she can mute them. She pulls what Andrew Wilson did to Tree, because these people all act the same. They act like the feminists they hate, and then they point their fingers at everyone else saying, oh, all women are feminists, and doing the same exact philosophy, same exact things. Marquis Dana, $5 super chat. When is the Brittler from Agartha debating Britisha from a ghetto? I don't know. I'm busy in Agatha right now, so I can't tell you. All right.
Pearl, for a
Feminists
situation in
never
which
do.
men no longer do those jobs.
They never
Maybe you
do.
do it. I don't know.
The shade there. Did Pearl catch on to that shade or what?
What's your plan when men start
I don't think Pearl got caught on to that one. I think that felt went over her head. I think it went whoosh.
walking away from marriage? What's your plan?
So, do men or women get a raw deal from marriage? Because you just said
What is
men
your
walking
plan?
away
What
from
is
marriage.
your
So,
plan?
is he culpable for doing that?
What is your plan when men walk away from marriage?
Is he responsible for walking away from a
changing the
marriage?
topic. What is
or
your
is he
plan?
just never guilty of
My
anything?
point is you shit on men.
I don't shit on
and
men.
yet
I love men.
Yet the very microphone you're using was built by men. The building was built by men. And there's no gratitude or appreciation. You just tell them they're not doing enough.
Got me. You got me. Yep.
So what's your plan when men start walking away from society?
What do you mean by walking away from society?
So she's basically just projecting her arguments onto Anna Kasparian again.
When men stop doing the
That she has with other women and talking points that they
dangerous
say.
jobs, when men stop getting married, when men stop having kids.
To be quite
What
honest
is
with
your
you,
plan?
if American men decide they no longer want to do those jobs, very likely our government will import men from countries where they're willing to do those jobs. That's probably how
And
it's
what's
going to
your
work
plan
out.
when they date American women and then decide to stop too?
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No. I never had
The
any
future
problems.
is not going to be great for feminists. You guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for. Men are not going to protect women in the streets. Men are going to stop signing up for.
Do you guys notice that Pearl looks as if she's anticipating Anna to like change posture or like to submit to her, but then she doesn't? Pearl almost expects people to submit to her like a man. Do you guys notice that?
For the infrastructure jobs? The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
Okay. Listen, I think men and women serve important roles in society.
You see what I mean? She's like prompting Anna. She's expecting a response because she's busy projecting and she doesn't get it. And then she's like, fuck.
I think that you have a shallow understanding of what I believe, number one, but more importantly,
True.
what the dynamic is between men and
That's what
women
you're saying
in modern
with
society.
projection.
You're under this weird impression that the anecdotal evidence that you cite is indicative of the outcome of all marriages. In reality, study after study shows that married
Half of
couples
marriages
tend
end in
to be
divorce.
happier than single individuals.
Right? They're happy before the divorce.
Divorce is terrible. Divorce
And the
means
other
that the
thing
marriage
is,
didn't work
yeah,
out. Obviously,
you're-
they're not
you're
going to be happy in the
attributing
middle of a
it-
divorce.
Like correlation doesn't mean causation. People marry happy people and date happy people in general. You're attributing it to marriage, but you're not going to marry someone that's like a bit.
Okay.
You're right, Pearl.
You know, what's really interesting is if you look at marriage rates,
Food,
which have dropped in the United States, not just in the United States, actually globally, you'll notice that the people who are less likely to get married happen to be those who are from a lower socioeconomic status,
Right? Marriage is disappearing from the middle class. That's true.
from poor individuals, yes.
What's
Do
your point?
you wonder why?
Because women marry rich.
Of course. Of course, that's her answer. She can only think one tiny thought at a time, and it's somebody else's thought. She's like, all right. Her brain like does a Google search in her head for like the last thing a red pill guy said, and then she spits that out. All women are gold diggers?
People forego marriage due to their own personal financial
And
situation.
she's saying this to the person that in the debate, Anna Kasparian says that her husband was the one that made less money. And because of her economic freedom, she was able to marry him for love.
situation.
So women marry for money a lot.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going back to this.
Let me ask you
Men,
something, Pearl.
men,
Would you be willing to
88
marry a guy who's
men,
poor?
Men.
Because I married a guy who was in debt and
Men.
loved the hell out of him. Best
All right.
thing in my life. Would you
That's
marry
very-
a guy who is broke,
that's very
no
nice,
career,
Anna.
and in debt? Would you?
That's very nice, Anna.
Would you?
So I'm going back
Answer
to
the
the
question.
topic.
Would you marry a
So,
broke guy
all
in debt?
All right. So we're going back to
Would
the topic.
you? Would you?
She's thinking about her sugar baby. That's why she doesn't want to answer.
All right. This is the nagging. This is the nagging again. Okay. So.
I'm
men,
pushing you to answer a
88
question because
all
you are
right,
judging
all right.
women,
Oh my
making a
God.
blanket statement
This is
of
the
who
nagging.
they would be willing to marry,
The
who they
nagging,
wouldn't be
make it
willing to marry.
stop.
But you're not answering the question
God help
yourself.
us.
Would you be willing to marry
Does
a
your
broke
husband
guy
have
in
to-
debt?
Does your husband have to
You
listen to
wouldn't,
this?
would you?
Does he have to listen to this?
Oh, he loves it.
All right.
Can't get enough
So
of
can
it.
I go back
Do
to
you
the
not want to answer
question?
that? Why do you not want to answer that?
Yeah, why not?
Just say no, I don't want to bring
Love is love. Now back to the question. Men, 88% of the.
Yeah, dodges the question. Wonder what her sugar baby makes of that. I'll have to watch the rest of her follow-up stream after this.
Of the food. The power grid, 93% men. Transportation, 95% men.
Men are important to society.
Communications, 90% men. Material production, 78% men. Software, 80% men. Auto workers, 98% men. Carpenters, 98% men. Electricians, 98% men. If you remove the top male-dominated jobs from the economy,
She's trying to press the mute button, but it's not there.
you would have no running cars, no housing, no electricity, no open machinery, no materials or fabrics, and no computers. There would be no buildings and no Amazon delivery.
I've never
What
once said
is
that
your
men
plan?
are not a
What-
very important
Feminists,
part of American
you want-
society.
You want men enslaved to women for nothing in return.
No, you're just making
That's
things
what you
up.
want. That's what you want. You want men on the hook for
Okay,
child
Pearl,
support.
what have I said
want men
that
on the
gives
hook
you that
for
impression?
alimony.
Let her finish.
What have I
You want-
said
you
that
want-
gives you that impression?
You want men on the hook for child support. You want men on the hook for alimony.
You want men to not take responsibility for their own children.
You've been on the air for 20 years.
She literally, this is why Pearl just wants a black baby daddy so bad. That's why she's fighting so hard about, like, women shouldn't get an alimony, even if they can't afford to have the child and won't be able to take care of them. It's because she is fighting tooth and nail to get that black baby daddy. That's what it's about. I'm telling you, at the end of the day, it all comes back to Pearl's own insecurities and desperation. And it's she wants it so bad to cover for, not only to make herself feel better, but to cover for, I think, her repressed lesbianism. Based on what we've seen, as I discussed earlier.
And you have not advocated for men that are victims of paternity fraud. You want men to do all of the work, get no credit for nothing.
I do
and men aren't
political
going to do
news.
it anymore. They're going to walk away.
Pearl
Anna.
stinky ass.
They're
Why
not
are you
gonna do it
showing your
anymore.
ass? Thank you for the $2
And
super
feminists,
chat, though.
as you said, have no plan for when that happens. And I wish
What do you want
well.
their plan to be? You think it's a
Anna's capping so hard her husband is a minor league baseball player, model, and actor. Yeah, but when she met him, was he?
feminist responsibility
What
to
happened?
plan for
Google
this
for me.
made-up society where all men decide they
what's
no
funny?
longer want
You
to
guys
work?
know what's funny? She actually advocated for left-wing policies the last 20 years. And then she got assaulted by a homeless person.
What does that have to do with the topic?
Because
at
it was
hand?
the result of what you voted for, Anna.
Yeah. First of all,
And so,
no one.
and want to know why? Because
You think
Anna,
I voted?
Because,
Hold on.
Because,
You
because,
think I voted
because,
for homeless people
because,
to go around
all right, so
sexually assaulting
Anna,
people?
Because Anna
By the
was.
way, I got sexually assaulted
do you know-
by
do
a
you know-
guy.
all
Was
right,
that
all right, all right.
was
So
that
do you know
his
the other crazy
responsibility?
thing
Was that
is-
something that he did, or was that my fault too?
All right, so the other crazy thing is that Anna complains that women's opinions aren't taken seriously, while the whole event was catered around her opinion. The other thing that's crazy
What are you talking about?
is Anna complains about women being oppressed, and yet she had less experience than her co-host at the Young Turks.
Hold on,
And-
hold on. What were my complaints about women being oppressed? Can you be
All right,
specific?
all right.
What
You've
did I
had
say?
20
Go ahead and
years
quote
of-
me.
you've had-
Go ahead and
you-
quote me, because you make shit up.
Yeah,
And you just
all
think
right.
like it's gonna
The
stand.
nagging,
You've never
make
had
it
a strong
end.
woman
Make it end, the
challenge your
nagging, make it
bullshit
end.
assertions. So go ahead and
Make-
tell
Because she runs from them.
me
it
what
end.
have I complained about?
Okay,
Give me the
nagging.
quote.
The nagging.
Yeah, she's saying she's nagging, but you know what, Pearl? Nagging is better than choking. And that's all you did this debate.
You said women's opinions are not taken seriously.
When did I say that?
In a YouTube video.
There's 2 women on this stage
Okay,
right now
all
for the
Are we-
headline event.
Oh my God, are we gonna end?
When have I said women's opinions
All right,
don't
all
get
right.
taken seriously?
It's
You
kind
just
of
make
like
it
the
up.
roundabout. This is like eternal nagging.
What is your plan for when the
there she
80%
goes.
of women who work in the healthcare industry no longer want to do it? What's your
I
plan?
have a plan.
Yeah, what's your plan?
Let's give the jobs to the men. They'll do it better.
Men can do these jobs, by the way. Nobody's stopping them.
Because we see what's happening in the media. You know, women fly planes, they crash them. All women almost burned down California. You know, people are dying because they want to make women feel better. People literally.
What I'm curious about is whether or not the Pick Me Act ever resorted into anything positive for you.
Nope. She has a sugar baby that
you
uses her
done?
and humiliates
not.
her.
All right, so I'm not either.
Okay, keep going.
Now, the other thing is.
Wait, whoa.
Okay, keep going.
Now, done.
I'm not.
All right, so I'm not.
Or resorted into anything positive for you.
Are you done?
I'm not.
All right, so I'm not either.
Okay, keep going.
Now, the other thing is.
Okay, I missed her. I thought they were I thought she was saying she wasn't a pick me. I was about to go off.
Women fly planes, they crash them. Women aren't CEOs.
What
they
are the
quit.
stats on
most
that?
Female,
What are the
most
stats
female
on that?
You know, it's like feminists. They want stats that say water is wet. The
Yeah,
sky
I
is
want
blue.
empirical evidence.
I gotta hit the destiny for that one. You know, these feminists, they just want data and stats, and they're nagging.
Right,
To
because,
back up your arguments.
because you know you want to be in control of telling people what to think and how to feel.
No, I want to be in reality. I want to live in a fact-based reality that requires empirical evidence, not your assertion.
For all that paper shuffling Pearl did earlier, you'd think she would have a few more facts. You know, she opened the debate saying, I have the facts.
300. We all saw that plane crash on the East Coast. No one's making that up, Anna.
You do better when you're reading off your paper, so I'll give you some time to do that.
She even got felted about the paper.
In the future, because I'm sure you'll find yourself in more
All
of
right,
these
what if-
debates, I actually think that you could be an incredible debater. But you need to look at the broader picture,
Oh
not
my
just
God,
rely
the
on
nagging,
anecdotes,
the
and
nagging.
don't make things up out of
Nagging.
full cloth.
Okay. Feminism empowered women. I'll take the.
Okay, don't take my quote out of context. Brody says, $5 super chat, nagging is better than choking. Brittany Venti 2026. Oh, great. Great.
Yeah, thank you. Feminism empowered women to sign up for previously male-dominated careers that they quit. 48 to 73% of female lawyers, depending on the type of firm, quit.
In the context of a debate, nagging is better than choking.
Either as junior associates or at mid-career. 1/4 of them cite workload, burnout, mental health. 73% of women who got engineering degrees in the past 15
Women
years
bad.
either have never entered the field professionally or quit early mid-career. 55% of all female accountants quit before or at their mid-level career. The attrition rate for women in STEM is approximately 50%. These companies often bend over backwards to get women hired to the point of discrimination against male qualified candidates. Then women quit because they don't want to work the long hours or deal with the levels of stress for an extended period of time, with women being 2.5 more likely to take antidepressants than men. The money and prestige isn't worth it to them. They prefer lower pay, lower workload, and higher job security. Feminism is
I'm going to slow it back down because she's speaking really fast here.
empowered women to go to college and take out loans they can't afford for career paths that will not generate them income to pay off those loans.
Men
The
have
top
higher debt than women.
Right, because
They do.
Because women put their biggest expenses on their husband's credit card.
According to Experian, and they look and account
Women are
for those factors
women
that
are
you just
85%
mentioned.
of women are
Hold on.
85% of consumer spending. We lead when it comes to
Remember this when Pearl was saying that, oh, she got spoken over and blah, blah, blah. Just like, oh, she got attacked. Just remember, like, Pearl also did these things.
luxury brands.
Men have more mortgage debt, car loan debt, personal credit card debt,
Right, because they're
personal loan
they're
debt.
expected to provide. Women make 80% of consumer buying decision. Again, if feminists really cared about equality, they would provide for the men.
They would. That's what Pearl wants to do. She wants to provide for her man as he humiliates her in the most unhealthy dynamic you've ever seen. She's just outing. She's self-reporting. How about you just do that, Pearl, and not push it on everyone else? You get humiliated by this guy who's openly using you.
Would what for the men?
Where's king
Sorry, I
treatment,
missed that.
fellas?
Sorry, can you repeat
If
that?
feminists cared about equality, they would provide for the men. But yet, that is a small minority of women.
Remember earlier she called herself feminist.
Wait, so let me get this straight. Honestly, your whole shtick is women should bend over backwards and do everything they can for men. My argument.
I'm an
Because Pearl has to be the man.
egalitarianist.
Hold on, my argument.
Let's hear that one more time.
I'm an
My
egalitarianist.
An egalitarianist, Pearl says she is. Okay. She corrects her from saying feminist to saying egalitarianist. So, according to Google, egalitarianism is the broad philosophy that all people deserve equal rights and opportunities, while feminism is a specific movement within egalitarianism that focuses on achieving the gender equality. Pearl has multiple times in this debate referred to herself as a feminist. She did that to like own, but I'm the egalitarian. You just called yourself a feminist. The only difference is feminists say how to achieve the gender equality. It's the same belief. It's a section of that philosophy.
Hold on, my argument.
The self-felt. Count it towards the felt meter.
Is that men and women are both tremendously important to a functioning society. They should both be treated with respect. They both serve different jobs, different roles, and in order for society to work, we have to respect that.
Women are
but
not
you
equal.
seem
Women are
to
not-
put the onus and responsibility of everything onto women while providing cover for the bad behavior of men.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal
Men
work.
are equally important.
Women
I
are
never
not
said
equally,
that they weren't.
Women are not equally important because they don't do the equal amount of work. Men have invented the majority of the...
You should do it, Pearl. You should do the work. You want to do it so bad. $10 super chat. Anna, we don't expect men to protect. Also, Anna, hottest moment was when he grabbed a man by the neck with one hand, pinned him to the ground after the guy pushed me to the ground and took my phone. Is this like an actual quote from like the hobo attacking her or what? What's the context there? Nicki Minaj, fat butt, $2 Canadian. I see Pearl's got no bum. Nicki Minaj wins again.
Inventions. Men have
Really?
started
Yeah.
Fortune 500 companies. Men do the majority of the infrastructure job. Men produce 90% of
Who's scrubbing the toilets
80%
after
of the
work?
food supply, 90% of the world's stuff.
Who's changing the diapers?
Not
Who's-
women.
who's
Not women.
raising
They're
the
not having
children
kids.
after
Women aren't
working
having kids,
all
so
day
women
long?
aren't doing it. Daycare workers now, to be honest. It's not the moms.
Not everyone grew up in an affluent household like you.
Oh, look at her. Look at Pearl.
Not the moms.
Not everyone grew up in an
Oh, she's like laughing like an insane person. She's like,
affluent household like you. They need a dual income household in order to make ends meet in this economy.
Anna, you
live
talk.
in reality for
Anna,
one day
you
in your
talk.
life.
Anna, you talk for a living. It's kind
I
of
do.
rich for you to come at me.
What, bitch? What do you do for a living?
she said, "Bitch, please." And all she can do
I
is
also
laugh.
talk, but I can acknowledge it's not that hard of
Okay.
a job.
Talk a lot of
where
bullshit.
Well, you pretend it's more important than it is.
Right. Okay.
Like you weren't just choking the entire debate. Anna just called her a little bee, and all she's gonna do is like laugh it off.
Well, since there were only about 30 seconds left,
No, nothing to say back.
we'll just call it there.
Come on, you said you were gonna you wanted to body her physically. You're not gonna call her a bee back? Come on, where's that dog in ya that you said you had? She wasn't above it before. She wasn't above tit for tat earlier.
All right, good job. Give these debaters a round. All right, we have 5-minute closing statements where you will not attack each other or call each other names.
If Pearl thinks like it's so unimportant, why is she on the stage trying to debate her ideas if it's so not important anyway? VD, thank you for the 2 Canadian. I'm back. Is Pearl still getting bullied? She thought she was being cute in the last like 5 minutes and like had amnesia and forgot that she choked up the entire debate.
Anna, you're first.
And started acting real goofy.
I'm just going to go ahead and read what I couldn't get to in my opening statement, if you don't mind. Taking advice from someone like Pearl will ensure that you will be lonely and incredibly sad. If you have this dark view of an entire sex, nearly 50% of the country, I can't imagine living day to day being a happy person. I don't know what Pearl actually believes. Part of me feels like this is a shtick. But
why is Pearl dressed like an Amish drag queen? That's pretty accurate. That's really good. I wish I said it first.
I'm going to take what you say at face value and just think you genuinely believe it. And if you do genuinely believe it, I actually feel really bad for you. If you think women in general fit in this weird description where they're looking to take advantage of people, where they're looking to rip people off, where they're looking to get married only to divorce and steal a man's money, you live in an alternate universe. Sometimes divorces are ugly. Sometimes there are bad women who make things up, who lie about rape, and there should be consequences for that.
But the
difference between you and me is that I think the bad behavior of women deserves consequences, just like the bad behavior of men deserves consequences. That's what equality is.
One's not.
What you're advocating for is a society in which men get away with everything and women get blamed for everything. That's it. I mean, what else am I going to say?
All right, that was her close.
All right. I can go? Yeah.
Might as
All
well.
right.
Jump in there.
Feminists are mainly white, middle-class, female liberals who have no idea how the real world works and yet want to advise you on how to live in it. Let me go through your complaints. Feminists want control over their bodies. You win. You have 12 types of birth control, and you can actually Uber Eats a Plan B. You have abortion on demand, and in the states that it's not, it's simply a weekend trip. You have aborted an eighth of the world population. You win. Feminists wanted to fight against rape culture. You win. If a woman is raped, assaulted, or if she revokes consent after the fact, she has the power to get a man fired from his job, kicked out of school, or thrown in jail. You won, feminists. Women want to be free of traditional gender roles, fine.
I can't
Men
believe
invented
what I
the
heard
dishwasher, the Roomba, the air fryer, fast food, and Uber Eats. There are meal prep services and cheap restaurants. You win. Women wanted to have a career first and get married later in life. Men allowed women to come into the workforce and have millions of dollars in funding, pushing women into male-dominated fields and scholarships, and invented IVF to give us another 5 years of fertility. The husbands pay for the IVF, and they are pushing to get it taxpayer-funded. You win. Women wanted to be sexually liberated instead of getting married. Men invented Tinder and Hinge, so random men can literally come to your door. The men from your hometown are not good enough. Men invented social media, so you can get flown out by the highest status men in the world. Men did not.
Did she just frame like being treated like a prostitute as beneficial to women? Okay, the person earlier who said she might open an OF might have been onto something. Because that's the way that she framed that. Like, there's a reason. A lot of guys are motivated to get rich so that they can essentially get these like Instagram girls to fly out and have sex with them. And she's saying that that's good for the woman, and it's not like the men are the ones benefiting from that. Like, women prostituting themselves is not good. So the fact that she framed it that way is telling.
Women did not want to work.
It's because she wishes she looked good enough to do that, I think.
Work labor jobs, fine. Men invented
I think that's
social media.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that's the only reason she doesn't have an OF. I don't think it's because of a conviction or because she has a spine. I think it's just because she feels that she would not be successful in doing that, and she's right.
Women did not want to work labor jobs, fine. Men invented social media so you can talk into a microphone and get paid. You can now work from home so you can have a family and be a mom. You can make money selling your nudes on the internet and become a billionaire. Women did not want to give birth, fine. Men invented surrogacy so another woman can do it for you. Women wanted to be thin without working out, now you have Ozempic. You want to look younger, fine. Men invented Botox, hair dye, filters on your phone, nose jobs, Anna knows, plastic surgery, lash extensions, makeup, and AI to make you look thinner.
You should look into it.
You can now wait till 40 to
So she's not afraid to go tit for tat.
have a baby, freeze your face, work in an air-conditioned office, earn a living sitting on your ass, getting fat, spending money you don't have, marry someone to pay it
Pearl's
off,
the queen
divorce
of
him,
cry bully. Literally go watch my video titled that. She
put him on
is the
alimony and
cry
child
bully.
support, get a Roomba, abort your kid, have unprotected sex on camera, get paid for it, order any cooked food to your door, get a self-driving car, and then complain to men that they caused you to be lazy and fat. You are now empowered to have 10 abortions, bang 300 men, take a DEI position that pays $300K a year, Uber Eats a Plan B, study underwater basket weaving, and get sympathy when your degree pays no money.
Oh, she threw the 4chan joke in there, guys. Oh my god, did your sugar baby write that one for you?
Feminists are spoiled, liberal, progressive women that have no idea how good they have it. You guys will never be happy until men are nothing but empty shells who are slaves to the system, fueled by feminists' selfishness, spending habits, and poor choices. Feminists don't care about equality because if they did, there would be equal rights for men. There
Fast
would be
forward,
equal
please.
men's
I'm
shelters.
trying.
There would be equal funding for men's cancer. There would
Here.
be equal.
I thought it was
there would
on
be real
1.25,
equality.
my bad.
I checked 20 different feminist websites and have not found one that mentioned a single issue that asked for men to be equal. It only asked for special treatment. Feminism has empowered women to destroy this country through the death of 1,000 cuts. Feminism is not about equality, it's about insidious domination. It has been a slow creep to where women are complaining about their non-existent oppression. Men have figured this out because they're highly adaptive and the math is not mathing. I am curious to know feminists' plan when men refuse to stop providing, protecting, and maintaining the civilization you enjoy corrupting. Feminists are about to fuck around and find out. Feminists have won. You destroyed every single male group that used to be strictly for men, like Boy Scouts. You can falsely accuse men of rape, harassment, and endless lawsuits. Feminists have more political power, voting power, and spending power than any other group. Everybody caters to you. Corporations cater to you because women are the primary purchasers. Politicians because they need the vote. Men have
Hold on, I need a break. I'm getting like a headache, genuinely. $5 from Sexy Beast. So Pearl wants men to opt out of taking responsibility of having a child, but stop women from getting an abortion at the same time. Yeah, I guess so. Jeremy Jamango, $2 Canadian. Anna straight up make Pearl kiss her butt. $2 from Jeeps. Steal my money, Venti. Okay, if I were stealing your money, I'd steal more than $2. What kind of former black girl do you think I am? Nicki Minaj's fat bum, $2 Canadian. My profile pic is legit better looking than Pearl's face. I feel like more people would be like, okay, so like if Pearl walked by on a street, you wouldn't really double take. Maybe if her hair's like extra greasy that day, but if your ass cheeks were hanging out, everyone would be looking, right? So there's an argument there. Oh yeah, someone was asking earlier, $10 from Eric Sadel, 1. Who do you think is the funniest woman on the internet who's not a lolcow? You're the funniest that I know of, followed by Shoot, and then the Red Scare chicks. Emily Yukis is funny. Like, her work is funny. And, she has a great sense of humor. Other women? Let me think. Oh, Tree. Tree's really funny. Tree cracks me up all the time. Tree of Logic. Her YouTube, just Tree 411. Her streams crack me up. Black women are generally, like if any group of women are funny, it's black women in my opinion. Mira, who's a very close friend of mine, she's very funny. She doesn't stream anymore though, but she's very, very funny. She inspired a lot of my work. Yeah. Chrissy did really good crowd work when I went to see her, for example. So if you're talking about someone who's like good in that setting, that'd be an example of that. Because I don't know which context, what you mean funny, just like online or like in person too, or what? But those are some examples. That should suffice.
To pay child support to a rapist. Men are not believed when they're abused. Men have to die at work.
Yeah,
and
she
at
was
war.
funny too.
Men have to pay child support for 18 to 21 years. Men have
she
to
was very
register in
nice.
selective service. Men are not given additional consideration for college admissions, jobs, opportunities, and scholarships. Children are not DNA tested at birth, leading to paternity fraud, which is not prosecuted at all. And men will more than likely deal with this in their lifetime. Men are the majority of the homeless. Men are the majority of the suicides. Women can hit men, and men can't hit back. Feminism has empowered
Yeah, and that's why she wants to body Anna and fight for the men.
women to destroy men, and congratulations, 1.6 million men have committed suicide. What more do you want, Anna?
All right.
Thank you for the $5 super chat, Pearl's stinky ass. I thought for a second that changing my gimmick was mean, but after listening to Pearl more and more, now she deserves it. I don't care. Here's the problem, Pearl's stinky ass. That's like not even believably Pearl's ass. It's too rounded.
That is the debates. Let's give it a big hand for these two debaters.
All right. So that was the debate. And Pearl proceeded to do a cope stream after. Are you guys ready for the copium? There was a lot of it. I think I'm caught up on the super chats. Still don't know about the choking guy out thing that Anna Kasparian was about. Where it was like, oh, she would find that attractive. Okay.
Today for the stream. Don't hate me, guys. Don't hate me, but I just have a sneaking suspicion. I have a sneaking suspicion the people that don't like me are going to be in my comments section today. I know. Oh my God. Is that too loud? Hold on. I missed you guys, though. I haven't streamed in a few weeks because I was getting ready for this debate. You wouldn't think, based on the performance, I can understand. I know some people think I cooked. I had my moments, but I generally wasn't proud of this. All right. So for those of you that don't know, because I'm sure some of my audience has not seen it.
If you weren't proud of it, then stay in your lane. Stop threatening. Like, oh yeah, I would have totally fought her if people weren't holding me back like the po-po.
The reason I have not been streaming for 2 weeks is because I was asked to do a debate.
This is her asshole. Took a while to find it. Oh, it must have been from when she was a lot fatter. That's what it is.
Yes, that's where I've been. And I'm going to get into...
Hold on.
They're saying Pearl...
I need my copium. I need my copium. Just give me a headache. Again, the stream is sponsored by Reidstreet soap. This is the Frosty Bimbo. And for the guys, I just made the Ayla Mouse soap. It glows in the dark. So, don't be like Pearl. Wash your ass. Reidsoap.shop.
Cooked Dan? I mean, I don't think so. I don't. I got to be honest. I don't think so. I'm in such a weird position. Why was I silent? I'm actually going to explain why I was silent. What happened? I know. It's so embarrassing. It's very embarrassing. I'm not exactly like you guys are like, you bombed. I'm like, I didn't mean to bomb. You know what I mean? I know. Give it up, cuz I'll never give up.
Chill out on the Sasquatch. You know, turn it down a couple levels.
That's the thing. I think that's why, like, a lot of people hate me.
No, a lot of people hate you because you talk out of your ass and you're very divisive and you like pitting men and women against each other, and you're very anti-marriage, and it comes across very evil, and like you have really bad self-esteem issues because you're really desperate and you'll do anything for a guy, and yet you have a sugar baby that openly uses you and degrades you for your money. And nobody wants to live that life. Nobody's envious of that life. And you had every opportunity to do better because you're from a very wealthy family that supported your entire life and your YouTube channel, even when it was not making money. So that's actually why people don't like you. And it does, and your greasy hair doesn't help because it grosses people out, Pearl. You should try like washing it for the other streams and content you do, like you did for the debate, because it's really unfortunate that Pearl did all that work washing her greasy fucking hair for a debate where she got her entire career ruined. But at least people remember you for your hair that stream, that debate, you know. Spicy Gal 8564, $5 super chat. I knew a girl with skin like Pearl's, and that's how it would look after she got done crying. So Pearl's definitely crying. Yeah, because she has like really pale skin, so like, you know, if you can see the red really easily. Oh, thank you for the $99, Anna Kasparian. Glad you're watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I certainly enjoyed the debate. Your content helped me prep. Thank you. Just sharing the spoils of victory. How generous. Thank you. I appreciate it. Pearl's stinky ass, $2. If you zoomed, it's a zoom screenshot from a stream 3 years ago. Ah, so it was when she was fatter. $5 super chat. Your lighting is dialed in today. Thank you. You know what's unfortunate? This is an old school disco ball behind me. This is the one I had when I was a kid. Not this literal exact one, but like the model. And I loved it. Like, my mom would play Daft Punk One More Time and then put this on. Or, like, Kylie Minogue. And it's just really nostalgic for me. But unfortunately, when the motor dies, the whole thing dies. You can't just, like, replace the bulb. So they're eventually going to go extinct. Which sucks. But they're really cool. It's colorful, but it's hard to tell with the camera. Beyond $10, is Pearl gonna address how she oppresses her father's wallet? Well, here's the thing, BM. Here's the other thing. How is it that Pearl is like, oh, you know, help the men, but she's like taking a spot up in the debate, isn't she? Isn't she like taking a job away from a guy and like speaking for them and fighting for them, like literally threatening physical violence in a hypothetical? Seems unfair that a man has to give money to a woman who can't wash her hair. No. Yeah, exactly. It's like, Pearl's one to talk. Her dad literally made it so she could even have a YouTube channel. And it's not even like, oh, here's a little bit of initial investment. You do the rest of the work. I'm not saying you should never help your kid out. But she had like full blown like free ride. Like she was on his like paycheck after paycheck. She talked about this. I mentioned it in one of the videos I made on her. And I guess he eventually got tired of it because now she cut down on staff.
Do you know what? I saw that on stream. If I did, you wouldn't know. I'm going to be honest. If I did, you wouldn't know. If I didn't, you also wouldn't know.
Is this coming from the... I'm sorry, hold on. I just played that, her saying that from this video.
If I did, you stream. If I did, you wouldn't know. I'm going to be honest.
She said if she had a daughter, you wouldn't know. Doesn't she get on women's cases all the time about like posting their engagement photo and not posting the guy because you have to dox your fiance to the entire internet of weirdos where they're going to like do everything possible to break you guys up and stalk? And like maybe it's a guy that's normal and doesn't want to deal with all that. She gets on people's cases all the time about their engagement photos not having the guy in it. She's like, oh, I would hide my daughter. That's interesting. It's almost like she's arguing in bad faith.
If I did, you wouldn't know. If I didn't, you also wouldn't know. Oh, I did research. I know, and I'm going to explain what happened. But first, I need to critically think, okay, do you know what? Are you on stage?
That never happens. That's like saying I need to jerk off, like you don't have a penis. Or at least, like, I mean, some people here believe you do. But, like, what do you mean you need to critically think? When have you ever done that? Has that happened before? Is she capable of doing that?
Are you on stage doing this thing? No.
Thank you, Lauber, for becoming a simple simp.
Doug MP, stop answering questions about my personal life. Don't stop. I'm not trying to.
Her laugh irritates me. I'm gonna be honest. I know it just seems like I'm a hater, and which I am, but her laugh is also annoying. It's very like I have a golf ball stuck in my throat. Like, what? You're rich. Why don't you go to voice training? You don't have an excuse. Oh, thank you, Cringe Panda, for becoming a simple simp. Super chat, Cringe Panda super chat $2. I got banned from Ko-Fi, by the way. Hi. Guess this is the chat of people who get banned from other chats.
I'm done answering these questions. Do you know what I mean? It's like none of your business. You know what I mean? It's like, anyways.
She's the one who cultivated this audience. I don't know why she's complaining.
Look.
You made your
bed. It wasn't just stage fright, though. I'm gonna.
Here she is, dodging responsibility.
Explain.
All right, the excuses.
But I gotta.
Is Pearl's
So,
ass
how's everyone's
worse?
week going? Mine's going good.
Try not to think too much about it.
I don't want to wait for people to come for a second. I gotta pull something up.
She's coping. She's like, guys, I only have, at this point, she probably only had like 400 people watching, right? Keep in mind, she's 2 million subscriber channel. Boosted fully, okay? Full-blown boosted. Still can't make ends meet, okay? And she's like, guys, I gotta wait for these viewers to come in. My viewers aren't coming in. Guys, I'm gonna wait till more people get here. It's like, no, that's just how many people want to watch your stream. Because you don't mean what you say. And you just parrot what other red pill guys say. And they don't want to watch you.
So
yeah,
I went
all you want. It's not going to summon more viewers.
To the doctor.
This will probably be the
morning,
most viewers
or not
she gets
doctor,
for a
the
while.
dentist. And guys, I don't know if I told you, I'm trying to do this like palate expansion thing. I'm trying to do this palate expansion.
She looks like she's doing goatsy.
And they gave me a quote
palate
for it,
expansion.
And I was like, oh no,
Okay.
because I'm hoping to fix my jaw. I have jaw issues. And
yeah, it's because you don't know how to shut the fuck up. All you do is yap and talk shit after you got your ass handed to you. Do you, like, again, do you know how bad you have to be to have everyone, every single person who is on the right to also agree with Anna? Do you understand that you were that bad, that you literally were able to unify people politically? That's how bad you were. Insane.
I'm trying to fix this like second half of my face, sort of, but I have jaw issues. Has anybody done palate expansion and has it worked? It's not really for looks. I know that could help, right? But what I've seen, I don't think it helps that much. It's really just more, my jaw hurts. So.
She does speak like a woke
You didn't like my
lesbian.
outfit. Can you shut up? Like, what do you?
Even the guys notice. Even her male audience notices.
Outfit. Can you shut up?
Look.
You got all right. You didn't like my outfit.
Samuel, this black guy here, he says he doesn't like that she was dressed like an old fart. This is Pearl's audience. Even the guys noticed how badly you were dressed. Do you know how bad you have to be dressed for a guy to notice? A straight guy?
Can you shut up? Like, what are you?
Okay. So now that we've gone through the felts, okay? Really quick, I forgot to do this. I just was reminded from that felt. Spectral, how many felts were there in the debate? Total. How many times does Pearl get felted / felt herself? We need the official number. It had to be like at least 40 that we counted. Let me pull up the stream again, too. We got to do some math here. Okay. Pulling it up. 55! Pearl got felted 55 times in the debate. Okay, so I'm going to do some like rough math here. Okay, let's see how long the debate actually was, because there was a break in between. So it started around like right over here. It was like 55 with the opening statement. Yeah, 55. And then they had like a 30-minute break somewhere over here. Where was it? This is important for science. Stay with me. Okay, so this is when they break away. Around 6 hours and 49 minutes. 6 hours, 49 minutes. It starts at 5 hours and 55 minutes. Okay. And then they come back at, like, right before, what? Like 7:05?
For
that you make.
That makes
7:04.
you're referring to?
Okay, 7:04. They come back. 7 hours and 4 minutes. And then they stay, I believe, until the end of the debate over here.
With it, they need to make
7
treatment.
25, let's call it 7:25. 7 hours and 25 minutes. Okay, so now that we have that math, we have the microwave time of the debate. Spectral, can you please calculate the microwave time of the first segment time? I think that's like 55 minutes roughly. And then the second segment is 20 minutes. So it's like an hour, roughly an hour and 20. And we have 55 felts through an hour and 20 minute debate. How many felts per minute is that? If it's like, am I correct? It's like an hour and 20 minutes. Am I correct? Check my math here, guys. Check my work. Bimbonomics right now. So how many felts per minute is that? Let's see. Hour and 20 minutes. Let's. Okay, so I think that's about like half a felt a minute. So for roughly every minute that goes by, I believe Pearl is being felted about half the time. So that means there's one felt for every 2 minutes. She's at 0.6 felt per minute, Pearl, if I've done my math right here. And by me, I mean GPT. That's a pretty high rate. For an hour and like 20-ish minute stream, you're getting felted every 2 minutes on average? Amazing. Someone's got to beat that high score. Where are we ever going to beat a high score like that? $5 super chat from Jay Hernandez. Pearl smiles like her parents just caught her flicking. She needs to work on her smile too. It would help if it looked good while she was doing it, I suppose. $5 from BM. I'm glad you and Anna were able to stick it to the man, Sasquatch Pearl. Fun stream. Appreciate your Brit. Thank you. And Agar Blade. Agar Wayne Blade, $2. Money for cat litter. Happy cats. Happy cat, happy life. Lawbird 5803, $2 Australian. Thank you. All right. I think, I don't know whether Pearl's hair is worse her ass. Okay. Sexy Beast, $5. She spent 2 weeks researching this debate and had no clue on the positions of her opponent. How do people bear to watch this idiot? I legit have a headache. I think I feel this is my second run through. Anna, if she would rather debate someone more competent, even Andrew Wilson would have been better. Yeah, that would have been funny too. But as we saw, he's very emotional. A Garwin Blade, $2. Super emoji. Had to test this. Oh, thank you for the happy face emoji.
Nag me?
Oh yeah, by the way, she's now accusing of her male audience of nagging her.
Are you here to nag? I'm not stoned. All right. Okay.
She's not stoned, she's just crying.
So the first thing I wanted to say is thank you guys all for supporting me. I really wish I did a better job, but I promise to God I did the best I could. I'm not really a debater.
That's sad.
I wish I did better, but, you know, it just is what it is. I take the W's with the L's.
No, you don't. No, she
not
doesn't.
to say the entire thing was an L, but there were places I wish I did more. So...
She posted 10 clips of herself on her channel from the debate. She's on Twitter getting posted about her saying she wanted to beat up Anna Kasparian, but she only held back because of the police. She's not taking the L's.
But I appreciate you guys for...
That's fighting against it. That's denying it. That's copium.
I appreciate you guys for supporting me.
Crazy how Pearl had to get jaw surgery after choking on Anna all night.
How do I get this to be members only? Coming. I really wanted to be members only as I talk about this.
Thank you for the $5. Yeah, of course you do, because you can't fight, because you want your little hug box.
Whatever. I'm just going to...
Remember, guys, she's an egalitarian. She's a feminist.
I'm going to turn off the comments so I'm not constantly looking at the chat. So right now, I'm gonna turn them off because sometimes I get distracted and we just can't do that. All right, so... About 2 weeks ago, I was reached out to by World War Debate, and they talked about they're launching a debate show, and they wanted me to be in it. Now, at first, I was not supposed to be the headliner. I was supposed to be the opening.
Is this what you guys were talking about in chat earlier, that Andrew Wilson ran away last second at this debate or whatever? Was it this one?
And I gotta be honest, guys, I cannot stand debates. I hate debating.
Then why is your entire brand what it is? Her entire brand is like arguing for men, fighting their battles, wagging her finger at feminists, telling them how wrong they are. But she can't defend her position.
It's not really the strongest suit of mine. So I did have a little bit of hesitation taking the debate in the first place because I never feel like... I always have felt like debates are about being right more than getting what is accurate. And the people that win debates just tend to be people that are very good at being a bitch and arguing.
Why is she gotta talk about Andrew Wilson like that?
And in order to win debates, I've always felt like you kind of have to be a bitch back. And it's really, I understand, because I call women fat whores a lot. You would think that would come naturally to me.
No, it doesn't, because you cower in fear with your tail tucked between your legs when push comes to shove in real life. Yeah, you would think, but she's actually just a coward.
Lot. You would think that would come naturally to me.
But she just cowers.
But I don't know. I've always felt like if you ever checked out my demeanor, like, I might say I am fatigued of black people, but I think people can sense in my heart, I don't have any hate towards black people. In fact, like half of the posse I showed up with was black or Dominican. You know what I mean? And
I'm Pick Me Pearl. I just have all the blacks around me. Ah! Okay, Pearl. You and your blacks. I don't know, Pearl. It's starting to get a little racist around here with your black fatigue, with all these black.
It's like, so, and even when I call women fat whores, I've always felt like people know that our people can understand from my demeanor. And I think that's why people follow me. I don't have any hate.
They understand from her demeanor that she has no backbone and doesn't mean what she says.
Hatred in my heart towards it.
It's not like she's not. Listen, she's not a comedian. She's not a satirist. She's not cracking jokes. She's like, this is my ideology. I am a red pill woman. And when she gets pressed on it, or like she actually has to, puff her chest, whatever is there, out, she doesn't do it.
People follow me. I don't have any hatred in my heart.
She cowers. She doesn't realize that she's admitting to being a coward here. That's what I'm trying to get at.
People know that our people can understand from my demeanor, and I think that's why people follow me. I don't have any hatred in my heart towards it.
You'd think because I talk shit on the internet, I'm good with confrontation. No. Yeah, exactly. You'd think because I'm an internet tough gal that I would be able to defend myself in real life.
I was talking to this woman that got her husband left her for like a stripper or something the other day. And I was like, damn, it's like that sometimes. I don't have hatred in my heart towards anybody. And I really hate conversations where I'm talking to somebody that's bitchy. I hate it. It's not my favorite thing. I don't mind, even if they're condescending, I can get through that, but I hate yelling. I hate screaming. I hate it. And I know this is me giving excuses, whining. I am a woman, right? So I was kind of hesitant to take this because I just know it's not my forte. But I heard
$2 from Pearl Stinky ass. Anna dwarfed my XP. One chat sent. I've sent like 20. There were a lot of unread super chats. $5 during the reaction, but those might be hard to go back read. Great stream nonetheless. Thank you.
Anna Kasparian would be my opponent, and I've really heard her speak over the years, and I was actually kind of hoping she'd be a little bit more of a moderate position, but it turns out she's still batshit insane. So
at least she said something.
Oh, I have realized that this is a necessary evil that I really just have to get, better at, and I have to get a minimum level of competence. And right now I'm just not there. I'm not a very good debater. I think I'm a good streamer. I think I'm a good storyteller.
She thinks she's a good streamer. In this stream, when I tuned in, this was like, I think like an hour into her stream, she had 600 concurrent viewers. And that's after all the hype. That's after the clip went viral. And she has 2 million subscribers. You are not a good streamer, Pearl. You are factually a bad streamer. Your content so far, it's been 9 minutes and roughly 30 seconds. Your content has been calling your simp a nag, for telling you how ugly you dressed, and you admitting to you being a coward. You know, and if we're being charitable here and we're saying, oh, well, don't cherry pick one little thing. Everyone has parts in their stream where they take pauses, whatever. Okay, but like her general performance is still bad relative to her subscriber count, relative to, and she's spamming videos every day.
Debaters
Slop on slop on slop, stacking the slop on top of slop, and she still can't do it.
not my best strong suit.
She's storyless. What story does she tell? It's the same shit. She's fat. I'm Pick Me Pearl. Other people are fat. And then she herself, her whole career was like fat. And she doesn't even say it in a funny way. Pearl's never made me laugh. So that's the problem. I could dislike you, but like, if you never made me laugh, I'm going to dislike you even more. And Pearl's never made me laugh. There are people I dislike that I don't like what they do. I think they do morally abhorrent things. But they've said a thing or two that I've laughed at. Maybe even 3 or 4. Pearl doesn't make me laugh. Has Pearl ever made anyone here laugh? Honestly, I doubt it.
Yeah, just not. And, you know, I had someone say to me the other day that debates are really only useful when 2 experts are debating. And I actually think that's true. Because when 2 experts are debating on a topic, like if you have, we're
unlike
gonna do
her,
Gaza,
she's
right?
stupid.
The people that go on these stages, it's usually people that represent the issue.
Jeremy, $2. I disagree, Anna, but she's fun, and this girl stinks. Even if you don't agree with Anna's politics, at least she made us laugh, right?
Right. The people that go on these stages, it's usually people that represent the issues and are not directly involved. So I you know, it's just a necessary evil, you know.
By the way, I'm scrolling down to see if I missed anything. I don't know what the ones you're talking about. Maybe I like read it in my head, but I forgot to
should
read
I
out
freeze
loud.
again? So anyways, I did end up taking the debate. And I decided, I said, you know what? This would be good to challenge me. It would be good for me to think through some of my opinions. And I have a bit of a stage fright. I don't think I've done a lot of stage stuff. And I think it's a little counterintuitive. You would think because I talk.
Wait, sorry, I'm going to rewind. I was distracted.
Me. And I decided, I said, you know what? This would be good to challenge me. It would be good for me to think through some of my opinions.
Did she just admit that she doesn't think through her own opinions? I have no words.
And I have a bit of a stage fright. I don't think I've done a lot of stage stuff. And I think it's a little counterintuitive. You would think because I talk into the camera for a living that I would, how do I put it? That I wouldn't really have a stage fright. You know, I wouldn't really be like, but there's something about crowd.
Does it even get worse than this? Be for real. Is it possible for someone to embarrass themselves more than this? I don't know. I have a feeling that maybe Pearl's going to win Lol Cow of the Year for 2026. But how? How can it get worse from here?
Crowds that I don't like seeing you guys. This camera, perfect. I can talk.
Ooh, felting her own audience. I don't like seeing you guys.
Crowd, I have a harder time. And the worst part was the crowd was the best crowd. I talked to them before. They're all so nice. They're there to see me win, the majority of the crowd. I talked to them before. It was mostly there.
It's almost like any time she's talking about how the crowd even liked her and was biased toward her, which is true because you could hear like they were really loud when she would say something, and then immediately she was met with Anna felting her, and the audience gets punished for it. And that happened several times throughout the debate. But like it goes to show that Pearl, no matter how far ahead and how many advantages that she gets in life, she still fails. because she's a hack. She has no talent. She can't defend her beliefs. They're not even her own beliefs. They're borrowed from other black guys. Okay? She has her sugar baby helping her, and she still can't do it. Her sugar baby that openly humiliates her, where it's clearly not a loving relationship. It's not like innocent relationship with like a wealth disparity. No matter how many times, the moderators were nice to her. They gave her the escape rope. No matter how much advantage she is given, she fails. Literally, if she had to go through like even a quarter of like what I've gone through and how many setbacks, it would be over. It would be over for her. If she got orphaned at 16, it would be over for her. She would be done. She wouldn't have even started YouTube. So you have to understand, I'm pointing that out because from my perspective, I'm watching her and I'm watching her get all these handouts and life made really easy for her, which is something she complains about, how women get too many like handouts in life and men have it harder or whatever. And I'm watching her still fuck up somehow. You're still unskilled, you're untalented, you're annoying, you're hard to look at, you're hard to listen to. The only thing you're good for is milking for laughs, and they're laughing at you. How do you fuck up this bad? You're given the perfect soil, you're watered, you're given the perfect amount of sunlight, you're incubated, and you still can't grow. It's pathetic.
For me. Or at least like rooting for me.
1 day later, I'm back to stinky hair. Thank you for the $2, sweetie. Somebody tell this girl about dry shampoo. I really gotta stop helping her. I really gotta stop giving Pearl good advice. It's funnier to just laugh at her.
But for some reason, I don't know, sometimes my head, it just goes blank, and it was just an L.
Yeah, she is.
It was a complete L.
Very grown.
At parts of it. I did come back the second half. All right, so I took the debate, partially, because it was a decent.
I'm sorry to pause it again, but I saw a comment that I wanted to reply to, talking about her mommy issues. Yeah, that is a big part in this. I forgot to mention that too. I really think Pearl's mommy issues come to play.
Debate.
With her philosophy and why she takes to it. It's not really her philosophy, but why she's drawn to it and like regurgitates it. It's kind of like if a girl hates her dad and she does all these actions to rebel against him. This is her way of doing that, but for mommy issues. The mischats were hours ago. No worries. I'm sorry.
Because it was a decent pay partially. And I thought, we're really getting the ball rolling on this divorce documentary finally after being demonetized for 2 years. And I'm very excited.
Yeah, but it looks like you want to be demonetized again when you're talking about how you wanted to body Anna Kasparian, and the only reason you didn't is because the police. You're scared of the police. It sounds like to me she wants her monetization removed again.
I'm very excited for the future. We're talking to donors, and I'm like, do you know what? If I can represent these issues well and do my job, I'll be happy. I didn't, but I did my best. So for 2 weeks,
you gave the worst promo possible to your documentary. Now anything she says in the documentary isn't worth shit. You could just go back to the debate between her and Anna and realize that she didn't know anything about what she was talking about when she made that documentary, because it's already been made, right? She's already done the production of it. She's completely discredited her entire documentary that she made to help men. She is literally hurting men. Ironically enough, she is hurting their case because people like Anna, people like me, we go and we research into her talking points, and we're like coming out with like, oh, like I thought I would agree with more with her than I did. It's like, yeah, that's literally what happens when you go and you research her talking points. You're like, oh, there's like her sources are all fucked up and really old and like very vague and they don't make sense. And what's this statistic about men getting men filing for custody like 8% of the time or whatever. It's like, you have discredited your entire career, what you based your entire career off of with this debate. And you've discredited your documentary that you tried to help men, when really it's just a pull for you to get attention, get money, and try to recruit more of your sad simps. And it's like, I'm sorry, but her simps are actually the worst. Like, if we have a hierarchy of simps, okay, Pearls are actually the worst. They are defending her after this debate. The sheer amount of delusion. It's so bad that the fucking debater of Twitter had to come and say, yeah, Pearl, you took the L, but... And they like you. And they had to say that. That's sad. $2 super chat from Viti. Pearl Wojak with Stinkiest Hair Award badge. Yes. That needs to be made. I agree.
I went through everything. The question, has feminism empowered women, or has it led them to cultural and relational decline? And because this was a very broad question, I wasn't overly sure which direction the debate was going to go in. She's starting her opening, I'm starting my opening, and I'm like, let's just F it, take it. And so I actually made a Google Doc. And I'm actually going to show this.
And yes, Pearl Stinky ass, you should buy Reidstreet soap. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through it.
Google Doc. Going through, everyone's saying think through your positions. I'm actually going to show you my work. Anna Kasparian debate. I'm not going to show everything. Yeah, at some point I will. But look, I made this doc here. Opening statement, cross-examination, main arguments. I had pages and pages and pages.
Anna's main arguments is just like the Google result of, what do feminists think about men?
Pages of arguments and debates and stats. Anticipating things she might say, for hours. And they were quizzing me before the show, doing all this stuff. And what I realized I did, the biggest mistake I made, was I actually spread myself too thin. I realized this after the question, and I think in the future when I go do debates,
she would have did that with her
the
outfit.
question cannot be super broad, because then I don't know what
I wish her outfit didn't make her
we're
look super
covering,
broad.
right?
Just
so in the future,
it's funny.
I think I should have been more specific, right? I mean, that's me thinking. I'm not a debater for a living. Anyways.
Yeah, that's your cop out. Yeah, she's not a debater for a living because it's contrary to her coward nature.
I will continue.
She can't face confrontation. Her cowardly nature doesn't allow it. It makes her shut down and run with her tail between her legs, just like how she blocks everyone on Twitter and then will lie about them as she has them blocked.
I'm preparing for this debate, and we start the debate show. And again, this is just not my forte.
She sucks!
I like to talk like this. I hate bringing my voice down to talk like a man.
Oh, that's cute. She thinks she doesn't do that on a regular basis. $4.99 super chat from Akuma Wrath. The sad part is that clearly Pearl spent more effort getting ready for debate Anna than she does on looking for hygiene, beauty products, and clothes. Like I said, Pearl, get yourself some Reidstreet soap. The Frosty Bimbo. It'll get you right and clean. Bimbo Frost. Great ingredients. Transparent about ingredients. Also, you can use it as emotional support soap like I do to have to watch her content.
To get people to stop
Pearl
being
stole
mean. I hate
Asmongold's
mean
hairstyle. Oh my god. I think you're right. Guys, who wore it better? Who wore it better? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I know Asmongold's like known for having a dirty room and everything, but I'm being so serious right now. His hair looks cleaner than hers on a daily basis. Because for her, this is a good day. She just happened to wash her hair recently because of the debate. It was a special occasion for her. But if we go to her other content, right? I'm gonna pull one up. Just like for being fair, like average Pearl content, average Pearl stream. Oh, she tried to get bangs. That's funny.
Usually when they say they regret
Okay,
it,
like
it's,
here,
I don't.
Look, this is from 9 days ago. This is typically what she looks like. Like, I'm sorry, I think Asmongold cleans his hair much more regularly than Pearl does. Like if we're comparing it. His hair, it actually looks like slightly dry. Versus hers has a tendency to look more greasy. And I'm being charitable picking this video, by the way. It looks worse than this pretty often. I don't even have to be as charitable as I am. Like, even when I'm being mean to Pearl, I'm still being too nice. Thank you for the $4.99. I hate you. Good stream, my nodder. Is that like the N-word plus daughter? Okay.
I hate having to be mean back. I hate it. I hate it in my deep dark soul. I hate it.
I hate having to defend my opinions. I hate having to not be a coward. I hate having to actually have a backbone. I hate it.
I'm just not a fan. It's just contrary to my nature.
Then stop talking shit online. You hate it so much, stop talking shit. That's why your jaw hurts. Shut your mouth. You ever hear a shut ya? Shut your mouth.
And the biggest thing I don't like in debate...
Choke like you did on stage. Do that.
Statistics.
You know how to shut your mouth. You showed Anna. You knew how to shut your mouth. Do it again.
This is where I know everybody's cooking me right now. And it's deserved, right? So before the debate, I wanted to submit all the statistics. I wanted them all submitted ahead of time. Because I thought that this debate might go down so many different rabbit holes, right? It goes down all these different rabbit holes. But, this was the first launch of the show, and for whatever reason, that couldn't be done. But what I don't like is in debates, the person that just says source the most and tries to discredit your statistics, they just win. And if you don't do it back, like, you almost can't even have a conversation because people
I'm going to be honest, guys, not to pull a Pearl and be like, they're holding me back. But, like, I probably would have been even more cruel if it weren't, like, for my hormones right now and being super fucking exhausted, just absolutely fatigued the past 4 days. If I actually was normal and could drink some coffee right now, let's just say Pearl got off lucky today.
Interrupting you and trying to say that you're lying and your sources are inaccurate. And when you do this for 5 years, I really do have a system for sources.
I'm sorry.
Where I know if I'm quoting it, it's accurate, and I've looked into it before.
It's accurate. I'm Pick Me Pearl. I gotta check all their sources so I can choke on stage.
But it's very difficult over a 5-year period to remember the name, sample size, where the studies took place. Especially when you're doing 20 different topics. This isn't an excuse. It's just something. It's something I struggle with, right? And that's really where she got me.
Your life is a struggle. Your wardrobe's a struggle.
She came out guns blazing, and we're gonna react to this.
Given everything, but still struggling.
So in the future, I really wish that we could have submitted the stats ahead of time and just both accepted each other's stats. But then you get into the same problem. If one person's unreasonable, they'll just discredit all of your stats.
It's not that she discredited her stats. It's that Pearl choked and couldn't even say where she got stuff from. And Anna's like, bitch, you making shit up? And Pearl's like, maybe. Please don't look at me. Looking around the room. Looking at the audience for answers. $2 from VD. At least Asmund leads into the stinky persona. If I were Asmund, I would do the stinky merch. I would have like a shirt that says stinky. And then I would give me a cut. Holla at your girl. Holla at your black girl for merch ideas.
And then it just becomes
Holla at your former black girl for the free merch idea. Give her some reparations for formerly black sister.
whoever can recall the name of the study gets to use it. So the biggest mistake I made was I actually, and you guys won't even believe this, if you notice the first half of the debate, I had all of my statistics printed. Because I knew
I printed my statistics. No, you can't ask me where I got it from, even though I totally printed them out. No, I told you guys at the beginning of the debate, all that scribbling was for nothing.
Struggled with
Shuffles papers.
Oh my God. And I thought this was a good idea. I thought, bitch, I'll have them all right here. But what I didn't anticipate.
By the way, calling her a bitch. Don't want to hear about ad homs again. Don't want to hear about them again.
Is you don't really have time in a debate to find every statistic. So even though I had it in, and I'm going to actually show this again. And I realized the solution to this to me in the future is we're building a website now, but I just got a donation and I have to figure out if I'm.
Yeah, her website that is dog shit that she like tries to sell people a course for thousands of dollars, by the way. I covered that in my last video on her. Is really
I'm going to put it towards the documentary or the website because we got to fix both. And I think documentary's going first. I realized.
She's like, I got to get my grift in order. $2 Canadian from Jeremy. If she doesn't wash her hair, what does she wash?
That I just need to have them all on my website because here, let me show you. So at the bottom, wait, let me find. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. This was that's my outline for the show today. Hold on. At the bottom.
Yeah, it's funny how Anna didn't have that problem.
Look at quotes from books. Quotes from a world without.
Quotes from books. She's like so smart. She has quotes from books.
Man, where's Works Cited?
I'm gonna go pay $2,000 for her course now. She has quotes from books.
Works Cited. I printed these.
The smell.
I had a historian.
Thank you for the $5.
I paid a historian to go through my Works Cited.
Oh my God, wasting more of her daddy's money, paying a historian just to get her ass handed to her in the debate. You know, this is like when her dad, you know, is paying for her studio in London just for her to get ran through by black guys. Like, her dad takes so many L's. It's really crazy. You know her dad was probably paying for the historian too.
It's someone that does that for a living. And correct.
Like, she's hiring all these guys. I'm going to be honest, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole ordeal with her and Sarah Garvey, her copy striking him, okay, mislay freedom of speech here, putting it all over her website, copy striking Sarah Garvey because he didn't want to take her deal. He didn't want to take her shitty deal, which was giving him crumbs. So he said no, and then she copy strikes him. I'm starting to think like that was almost like her retaliating for him not wanting to fuck her or something. Because tell me how you wouldn't be suspicious if a guy was into Asian women and he did nothing but hire hot Asian women, for example. I'm just saying, like, relative to the person, because people with yellow fever, they don't really have facial recognition. So like we say hot, right? Like hot as in like quotations. It doesn't mean like they're objectively hot or like other Asians find them hot, but in their perspective. So because Pearl finds guys in the street, random guys just roaming the street, that are really ghetto looking hot. Like, she said that before in that video where she's like getting her fashion makeover or whatever in the first video. And there's this guy, this random hooligan on the street. And she's like, oh, I got nervous because he was hot. And he literally looks like he was just a random hooligan. And she's like, yeah, he's hot. Okay, so imagine a guy who's hiring just nothing but like lay hot Asian women. And he has yellow fever, and you know he has yellow fever. He almost exclusively dates Asian. You wouldn't raise an eyebrow? She's doing nothing but hiring these black guys. She's into black guys. It's her preference and type. Or like what she goes for supposedly, because like she said she likes both. But like I said, I think she goes for black guys because she believes in that stereotype that they like women that are white even if they're mid, and she's mid in her perspective, even though it's flattering herself. So she goes for black guys, and then she's paying all these black guys to be around her on her daddy's paycheck, okay? So her dad is paying for Pearl to have the opportunity to get ran through as opposed to it actually going to her work. And here she is again, wasting money on a fucking historian, just get her ass handed to her.
Them.
Imagine being her father. Imagine.
Where I'm right. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me which ones are useful. Tell me which ones are not useful. So not only, that's how far I went. But I understand if you can't say them super fast, if I can't remember. So this was essentially worthless to me because it was 57 pages. And this was the biggest. You'll notice the second half I came up. You'll notice the second half of the debate I came out, and we're going to react to it. I came out stronger, and it was because I said,
I don't think Pearl's likable, and here's why. She's a hypocrite, she's annoying, and a liar, and on top of that, I think the only reason people, aside from the, like, her orbiters that are, like, caping for her no matter what she does, because, again, they're, like, supporting her through this. They're like, oh, no, you did fine. They're just straight up lying her. They're delusional. Even she's calling them out, like, calling them liars for saying she did good, okay? Even the debating Twitter had to tweet out she did bad, right? It's just delusional to say she did good. And I think the reason that people, aside from them, that say they find her likable is because she'll, like, do this thing where she, like, falls over and exposes her belly. And what I mean by that is, like, she'll do the, oh, haha, like, and I'm not saying you can't self-deprecate or make a joke about being a woman, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure I've done it plenty. But she does it in a way where it's, like, she gets genuinely proven wrong with something. She doesn't back up her claims. As you guys saw, she freezes. And then, like, she'll just go, ah, ha, ha, I'm a dumb woman. But she's genuinely trying to, like, fight for the red pill and fight men's battles for them and emasculate them by doing so. And I think that's why they find her likable, because she goes, oh, ha, ha, well, I'm a woman. And, like, she tries the get out of jail card. Unironically, like, no accountability. The things she criticizes, by the way. When should we expect to get the new video you've been working on? Thank you for the $4.99. I hate you. Sometime this week. It's going slower than normal because there's a lot more in the editing for this one. You'll see. It's worth the payoff. $2 super chat from Pearl's stinky ass. Again, I'm pro stinky merch idea. Do it, Venti. 3 thumbs up. Nicki Minaj's fat bum, 2 Canadian. We got spotlights on bums tonight. Love it. That's right. And don't forget, Reidstreet soap. Wash your ass. $2 super chat from James. Can't wait for Apple to drop his diss track about her. Is he actually? Todd French, $5 super chat. She got cooked with the 3 artistic proofs. She knows nothing about ethos, pathos, or logos, let alone how to debate, prep, or anything. Shaking my head, Lamau, wow. Thank you, Todd, for your insight. Guys, she's literate. She reads books. That's so fun to do. It's such a good bit, I gotta say.
And this is what I should have did. I should have stuck to 5 topics. I should have understood my limitations.
You're
There's some things I can recite really fast.
You have
and
a
there's
lot of
some
those.
things I cannot.
Uh-oh, she's going Chungus mode. She's going Chungus. Brace for impact.
Yeah.
Like, you failed the entire debate. Like, your felts per minute, your ratio was crazy high. You had 0.6 felts per minute. You got felted every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes. The debate was an hour and a half, approximately. And you're getting felted every 2 minutes. That means every time there is a back and forth, you are getting felted. That's insane.
Nick never gives his source. Well, Nick's a better debater than me. Look it. Look it. I think we've established that. If it's like Pearl's not good in it, that would be true. That would be true. That would be accurate. I know you're saying I did great. You guys got to stop gassing me up. I did not. The first half, I did great.
Yeah, see, even with her, she's even calling them out.
At certain points. Yeah, I know. Don't try to remember everything. Focus on the stuff you know really well. I know that was... Yeah, do you know what? But, even though I lost this debate and I thought about it, I know that I did everything I could. I wish my nerves did not overcome me, but they did. And I know I studied, like, from the time I knew about the debate to the time that I did it. This girl has 20 years of debate experience. I wish I did better, but I didn't. So, yeah, I mean, it's just...
Sad.
I'm sorry, guys. I really do wish I did better, but there's just sometimes it's very difficult talking to someone that'll go low, because then you just have to go lower. And if you stay high, you just have to listen to them.
She is saying how she wanted to body her and called her a bitch. And also was like pointing out, being snarky about her nose job, and she's not above it. She wasn't above, especially in that second half. She wasn't above it. Why debate if you can't handle it? Why are you crying? You know what they say, can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. Or in Pearl's case, I guess, get back in the kitchen.
No,
right?
kind of bitch at you for an hour. 1 second. Hold on. 150. Thank you for supporting fathers who want 50-50 shared custody. We don't mind supporting our children. Such an asinine comment made by Anna. We just want the same parenting time as mothers. Gavin saying you had a kid the whole time while she was on was hilarious. I think you cooked her. She just relied on name calling and Botox jobs.
Jokes.
Yeah, I didn't rage quit, but do you know what I thought? There was a point where I did want to throw hands. I'm not going to lie. She's like 5'1". And I thought about it. I'm like, you can talk like this to men, but
I'm scared. I'm shaking.
Bigger than you. I could body you. Do you know what I mean? I'm like,
oh, not the Sasquatch. Oh, don't hurt me.
I will. Yeah.
Please, not the Bigfoot. Anything but that.
I know, but I have this fear in me of the police. I never want to get in trouble.
Please don't throw your big hands. They scare me.
Way, but I'm getting older, and have you noticed the older you get, I'm like, do you know what, I could catch a charge. Yeah, I don't know, she was a little ghetto, I know.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I don't know. She was a little ghetto, you know. I know I was too polite.
She was ghetto? This Sasquatch is talking about how Anna Kasparian is the ghetto one in this scenario, while she's talking about how she wants to throw her man hands at her. Are you fucking kidding me? Her black boyfriend rubbing off on her.
Now,
Unreal.
I want to, before we start...
I could say, as a formerly black woman, that is my official opinion. That her black sugar baby that openly uses her and degrades her on stream, on Twitter, all the time, like it's his full-time job, because it is. I think he's rubbing off on her, and now she's like, yeah, I'm tough. I'm Pearl. I'll fight for men. And she's talking about, like, Anna's the ghetto one?
Reacting to the debate. I want to thank World War Debate for inviting me. I do apologize, you guys, for crashing the first half. I got nervous. That was an incredible opportunity. The fact that you guys got Anna Kasparian on was amazing. I know she's hard to get. They were so easy to work with. Their
She's
team
a nerd
worked
that talks
so
back and
incredibly
gets dunked.
hard, right? I mean,
she doesn't want to get dunked. That's why she doesn't talk back. She just chokes.
The fact that this
but
was
she's gonna totally beat someone up, though.
First event that they have run for this show was amazing. Like, there were
Tree
so
took her
few
up.
hiccups.
She doesn't hit back, Tree.
Anything time I needed anything,
Get
the
someone her own
staff was
size.
there.
No, Pearl is like a gold mine because okay, this is what I would do. If I were Pearl and I'm committed to like being frumpy and I just can't figure it out. I have to be frumpy. I have to make people think of old lady curtains every time they see me, okay? I'm committed to the bit. I have to do it. This is what I would do. I would offer my paid services, because she's not above it. She's a sellout. She's not above it. I would offer my paid services if I were Pearl, where it's like, okay, you know how you can, like, in some countries rent a friend or, like, rent someone for a day? I would have people, if I were Pearl, I would have people rent me so that I can stand next to them and do the opposite of Mog. You know, it's like instead of mogging and making the other person look bad, you make them look good. So, like, I would sell myself to, like, make people look better by me just being in proximity to them. Like, she can make anyone look really good if she just, like, is her frumpy old self and stands next to them. Like, I would love to get a picture next to her. Honestly, I should do that. I should get a picture next to Pearl so I can look extra good. Clavicular needs to hire her. Yeah, she's like the, like, anti-Mog. She buffs you. Comparison maxing.
Thank you for the $150 super chat. Seriously, guys.
That's kind of mean. Okay, well, what's she gonna do? Beat me up? With her big old hands, her Sasquatch stance? She's gonna go in Sasquatch mode and beat me up?
Really want to get two editors here. You know, these other people, they have machines behind them. I have like 2 people. And so I really do appreciate the donations, because everybody here is doing like 3 jobs.
Oh, I guess Daddy's money is running a little dry. $2 from James Ortega. Grandma Red Pill must be so disappointed in her. Oh, he's probably
my
laughing
editor
it
is like coordinating with the ad people.
We're all laughing.
Doug MPA does literally anything. It's me, my editor, and Doug MPA. A lot of these people have machines behind them.
Yeah, unlike Pearl, who was bankrolled by her dad. All these other content creators in their ivory towers with their machines, unlike her. Right? She has the fucking nerve, the audacity to be like, yeah, I'm grassroots. I'm boosted Pearl. I'm grassroots. I'm even though I'm boosted, I'm grassroots. She's like independent.
Machines. And I'm also gonna send this stream to really the person that should be debating, and anyone watching this. I really want you guys to push for Terrence to get on some of these shows. Terrence,
call it front maxing. Yeah, Pearl's front maxing.
In my heart of heart, I mean, he was playing on these stages because for the past
she just talks about
years,
inviting the guy that was on the stream.
He should be on the stage. You had good points. You put two the other. Fuck.
I think it was here.
Yeah, part of it, but not the other. I know, the personal attacks. All right, I'm gonna send Terrence this
Stop crying. Wow.
Stream if he wants to come on.
Cry bully.
And I also want to shout out to Doug MPA. Doug MPA came in person and
calls women fat and ugly. They get fat after marriage. Personal attacks.
And he helped me prep for hours. Everybody knew. I just think everybody that was on my team knew I did whatever I could, you know.
No, for someone who came from money, she sure does act like white trash.
Yeah, look, I did not do good.
She opts to. This is a choice on her end. Wait, what?
Yeah, look, I did not do good at all. I know, the moderators, that was a complaint, actually. I am a woman. Thank you guys so much for inviting me. You guys are awesome, but that is a complaint of mine. I don't understand how this woman was able to basically verbally abuse me with no recourse. Sorry, I shouldn't say abuse.
I'm being verbally abused when the moderators literally spoon feed me and save me from awkward silences. But it's these feminists. That just get all the handouts. I need more handouts.
Woman in me, but
she has the audacity to complain about the moderators. They were more than accommodating. They gave her she had so much time to talk, and all she did was choke. What is she talking about? Literally, what is she talking about? Verbal abuse? Her words are violence? Yeah, who's the feminist now? Like, genuinely, I am being 100% genuine. Pearl is more of a feminist, like she said in the debate herself, than Anna Kasparian is. The stereotype of like the feminists and like the philosophy they use and the strategies they use and the manipulation and the tactics, Pearl does that. 100%. She is a cry bully. They were the moderators were on her side to the point where the guy was arguing with Anna for Pearl. What is this fake ass complaint? She's pretending she was Leia Press. Get the fuck out of here, Pearl. Seriously, I'm rooting for her to be the 2026 lol cow of the year. I am. They ran defense her entire time. Even when they said she had the L, they're trying to be nice to her. Okay, you want to know how biased they are? They literally let her get away with saying that she wanted to throw hands at Anna Kasparian. They let her get away with that afterwards and said, oh, thanks for joining, and retweeted that about Pearl. Just letting it slide and saying, yeah, we would have you anytime. What do you mean? Oh, as if they played favoritism? You even had the audience that was on your side. Delusional. Oh, yeah, she is 29. I remember being shocked, too, when I was first researching her. I thought she was a lot older. And when I first started researching her, she was only, like, 27. So, was lolcow is someone you milk for laughs. Pearl is the biggest crybaby feminist ever, and she really has the audacity. And she just, it will never end. She will just keep trying, like she said. She'll just keep trying and never learn from her mistakes. That's her problem. It's not that she keeps trying, it's that she never learns from her mistakes. Never. And that who never learns from their mistakes and keeps making them. Nothing good is going to happen. Pearl, I'm sorry, Pearl's not going to have a shoe arc. She's not going to better her life. She's not going to improve. She's not going to learn. She's not going to get more self-awareness. It's not going to happen. And then her mom's running for government. Maybe that's her last shot. Did you answer VD's chat? Because I might need to make that Wojak. Yes, I want the Wojak. I think it'd be really funny. I was shocked like Kaya. Oh yeah, you reminded me. Guys, Hassan's a furry. I forgot to share the good news. Let me pull it up for you. All this time we're like, why is Hassan shocking his dog? It was really because he was yiffing. You see? This is his DeviantArt account. I checked it. And yeah. This is the same as what he posted on the DeviantArt account. And he was leaving a comment on it, and I translated it with GPT, and it said he was complimenting the person who drew the furry stuff. He was complimenting their art. So, Hassan confirmed furry? It's not like it's a hypocritical thing. It's just like, it just deepens the lore, that's all. But yeah, it reminds me of finding out Vosh was a lolicon. But lolicon's obviously a lot worse. Furry is embarrassing, but lolicon is just like immoral. Not that furry isn't immoral, but like it's like they're looking at pretend animals, right? So they're not real animals, versus like the lolicons, they're looking at what they'll say is pretend children, but it looks identical from children. Like they don't even try. They don't even try to make it look like Les Petites Woman. So it's like, yeah, they're both like immoral in different ways, but like lolicon is like, it's like really up there because it's based on like real children, and they're like getting off to cartoon CP, to put it lightly, not to get too into it on YouTube because they don't like when you talk about it. They're equally as bad. I only say furry is slightly less bad, even though it's cringy, because of that, because of like the implications of like they're becoming attracted to children, versus furries, they might become attracted to animals. They might. But it might be less likely because the animals are shaped like humans. So they're kind of like their own thing. They're like monsters, right? As opposed to like literally like a dog on fours. It's a humanoid monster, versus with a lolicon, it's like literally, it's like one-to-one with like a cartoon child. Yeah, I'm not a fan of either at all. I think it's like the biggest red flag you could possibly have. Brittany just wandered into Crazy Town. Oh yeah, I know I did. Do I ever leave Crazy Town? That's the real question. furries gag. Furries are more like, in real life, they're more visible. Like you could clock someone a little quicker because they're more obvious about it. You can clock both, but furry is quicker. They always have like this Quirk-chungus demeanor about them. Like, you know what I mean? They're always like trying to glomp people. So it like translates to their personality too. The stream on bum washing is still a good idea, by the way. Maybe Pearl can take the Reidstreet sponsorship and be like, hi guys, I'm Pick Me Pearl. I finally washed my hair with Reidstreet soap because it was the only thing that would get all the grease out of my hair. You know, that would be a good ad. And then I can design a soap for her, and it'll be called like the Grease Killer or the Grease Destroyer. And then be like, inspired by Anna Kasparian to destroy the oils on your skin and hair, just like Anna destroyed her in the debate. And then I'd be like, go to reidsoap.shop. We have some good soap, some beautiful soap. This was one of my favorites, Mom's Garden. I love that one. It's it smells like exactly like a really good flower. And then this is the one that glows, the Ayla Mouse soap that I was showing you guys earlier for guys. It does smell earthy and warm and a little spicy. It does, accurate. And this one's good too, Vanilla Brown Bear. I mean, obviously I'm biased, but like, I'm just telling you my favorite ones. This one is definitely like, if you have a mom, you give them this one, the Gentle Almond. It smells really good and it's very neutral, very inoffensive. And then this is my collection. Bimbo Frost, right here. It actually does help my mood a little bit, by the way. But yeah. It's like strawberry, maybe slightly powdery. I'm like huffing soap on stream. Young Turks reacted to the debate. Check it out. Oh, really? I'm not gonna do that right now though, because like I'm tired. It's been 4 hours. Reidsoap.shop is the website. I'll link it. But yeah, I have other soaps too. Not much of an accomplishment. Pearl's terrible debater. I think Anna should have been given someone better. It would have been like less of like, because a little back and forth is interesting, but it really wasn't. What do you mean super chats aren't working? Pearl's slogan should be stank ass. Funky. That's what my mom would used to say. Yo ass smell funky if she like thought someone stinks. They smell funky. Get your funky ass out of here. Would you hire Pearl as a mascot to sell your soaps and candles? Yeah, if she used it to like get the grease out of her hair, yes. I'd consider it. Though I would be debating the ethics of giving someone like that money. But it would be good marketing. Wait, no way.
that are protesters.
No fucking way.
That are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones in this.
Guys, are you shitting me? What did I just tell you about the hubris? I wasn't even kidding. I didn't. I confess I didn't suspect I would see it in this video. I don't know. It's funny though. It's funny because it's on the different side now. You can kind of imagine like
That are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones in this.
She didn't yelp though. I don't know. Let's see. Let me watch one more time.
That are protesting against settler fairs that are taking place in a synagogue are actually the bad ones in this.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? He moved the remote. He could have, but like, it could have also been something else. Because the first time it was like the dog yelped. $2 Canadian from Nicki Minaj, a bum washing stream. That's just a Pearl diss. Thank you for the stream ideas. Oh yeah, I saw that she was like saying she's gonna remove her name off of the book about like transgenders. Why would you do that? Like, even if it's something you don't... Okay. I can kind of understand. It's like, okay, well, she's like saying it's not something she stands by anymore. But also, it's a book. It's not something just casual. It's an entire book. Right? You're like book burning yourself, essentially. Hey, hey, hey. Whoa, 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 whoa. She's taking my bit. Okay, I'm supposed to be Michael Jackson. $2 super chat from Agarwayne Blade. Pearl is a super hottie. Listen, I know that debate costs us a lot of brain damage, but I'm really starting to get concerned. Yeah, what's with this Asmongold thing back and forth for like the past however long? Why don't they just talk? Like, I can't believe they won't just talk to each other. Like, I'm sure it's probably like, oh, Hassan doesn't want to because he like he probably said like, oh, I don't want to platform him or something. But like, really, they should just get in a call and talk instead of doing this like watching each other stream back and forth. Like, because it's not just like, oh, they're one person's reacting to that or something. It's like to the point where it seems like they're having the conversation because it happens so often and they're like live reacting to each other. It's like to that point. Just get in a call. Anyway. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you guys tuning in and having a good laugh with me about Pearl ruining her career and discrediting her entire documentary. If you guys want to support me, you can buy some soap or candles at reidsoap.shop, which I linked in the chat. Thank you all again.